Welcome back to the stream. Rizaldi Adha. Glad to see you here again. We're currently watching some exciting AI car races, so sit back and enjoy the action. A fun fact about the 2010 and up slow cars racing class is that even though they are considered slow compared to the faster cars, they often have the most exciting and unpredictable races. This is because their lower speeds make them more prone to unexpected maneuvers and close battles, which keeps the race lively and entertaining for viewers. Plus, it shows that in racing, it's not always about the speed, but also about strategy and skill. Hey everyone! The time to pick your cars is almost up, so make sure you choose your favorites before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on your chance to see which car takes the lead. Hey Crazy Fingerson, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. This is a pretty exciting matchup. The Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG from 2009 is a classic, with a lot of power and good handling, especially for a car from that era decade. But the Ferrari Portofino, being more modern with advanced technology and likely better aerodynamics, might have the edge on a circuit like Valencia. Since Valencia street circuit has tight corners and quick turns, the agility and braking capabilities could be crucial. The Ferrari's newer design might give Mist 149 an advantage there. Overall, I think Mist 149 in the Ferrari Portofino could have a slight edge in this race, but Jazz's Mercedes has some serious muscle too. It's going to be close. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Valencia Street Circuit. Amy is starting on pole with her 2020 Hennessy Venom F5, one of the fastest cars in the slow car class from 2010 and up. Let's see how she does. Cody plays 58 is leading the race, with Amy in second place, and 40 Fro close behind in third. The race has just begun, so things could change quickly. Nuts. Is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Senor Flip-Flopon 2. 1020 is also making moves, now in 10th place after passing 3 cars. Amy is dropping back. now in 17th position after losing 15 spots. Congratulations to Prodigy Place 58 on winning the race. Great job and well-deserved victory. fun fact about the 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 is that it was known for its impressive handling and sporty design, making it a favorite among car enthusiasts. It featured a 2-liter V6 engine, which was quite powerful for its time, and contributed to its reputation as a lively racing machine. Plus, it had a distinctive Italian style that really set it apart on the road and the racetrack. That's a pretty interesting matchup. The Scuderia Veloce with the 1995 BMW M3 GTR Evo is a classic and has a reputation for agility and speed, especially on a track like Tor Poznan Reverse, which benefits from sharp turns and quick acceleration. Lien Yashin's Mercedes E180 DTM is more of a sedan built for comfort and reliability, so it might struggle a bit more in a racing scenario like this. I'm leaning towards the BMW M3 GTR Evo winning this one. Its racing pedigree and design seem better suited for this type of circuit. But with AI cars, anything can happen, so I'll be excited to see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Tor Poznan Reverse. Nuts is starting in pole position, driving a 1995 BMW M3 GTR Evo from the Retro DTM class. Let's see how he does. The race has just started and the top 3 drivers are Nuts in first place, Amy in second, and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Amy is pushing hard on the inside of Nuts for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is defending well against Amy for second place. Zara Timolive is now in sixth place, closing the gap fast. Zero Time Live is now in fourth place. Spearlike Hale has moved up to sixth. Nufishilike is in ninth place. Move for Life has moved up one position to take 8th place. Lian Yashin and Move for Life are battling closely for 8th place. Scuderia Veloce and Lian Yashin are fighting hard for 9th place. Rizaldi Adha is just ahead of the Rotam Live in 4th place. Pippi Langstrom and Fuser are battling closely for 12th. Mahukawas is slightly ahead of Natisbury in 21st. Drunon is making a strong move up to 22nd place. Crazy Fingerson has advanced to 10th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 12th place. Bodzo and Maya are battling closely for the 13th place. Renan has moved up one spot to take 21st. Awilderino and Renan are fighting for the 21st position. Crazy Fingerson has moved up to 9th place. Forzo is now in 13th place. Gary 710 has advanced to 17th place. Equinoxto is driving a Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth. They are currently in 23rd place, close behind the leaders. The race seems quite competitive with many cars bunched up. Alexei Fleet is gaining on Gary 17, closing the gap to just a second and a half. They are battling closely for the 17th position. Renan has moved up one spot and is now in 19th place. Renan has moved up one spot to take 18th place. Macho Chaos has also moved up one spot to take 21st place. New for Life is in 8th place, driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 T56. Their fastest lap is 1:47.34. The race looks competitive with a close gap to the cars ahead. B9 is climbing 2 spots to take the 16th position. Macho Chaos is moving up 1 spot to 20. Macho Chaos and LXHLXAT are battling closely for 19th place. Scuderia Veloce is now in 10th place. Macho Chaos has moved up to 19th place. Medisperi has gained 2 spots and is now in 20th place. Lane Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are battling closely for 10th place. Unstable and Joey Pastrami are fighting hard for 22nd place. Congratulations, Nuts. Great job winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Nuts for winning the race. That was an awesome finish. And a big shout out to Nuts for setting the fastest lap too, so they can claim that classic 1995 BMW M3 GT evil. Scuderia Veloci, you did an incredible job winning the bet race, so you get to claim the same retro BMW 2L. And Crazy Fingerson, you were the king of overtakes today, so you can claim the 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6. Great effort, everyone. This was such an exciting race to watch. Sure. A fun fact about the all-random racing car class is that drivers never know what kind of car they will get until the race starts. It's like a surprise every time. This mix and match style really tests their adaptability and skill, since each vehicle can have different handling, speed, and quirks. It keeps the races exciting and unpredictable for everyone watching. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to choose your cars is running out. Make sure to get your picks in before the clock hits 0, so you don't miss out on the action. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. The Mercedes AMG 63 is a powerful and modern car with a lot of tech and speed, especially at a track like Clark International Speedway. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Gallardo is a classic and lightweight supercar that can be very nimble and aggressive on the curves. Considering the age and technology differences, I think the Mercedes might have an edge in overall speed and handling on this track, but the Gallardo's agility and raw power could give it a surprise push. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Mercedes might have a slight advantage and could come out on top, but it's definitely going to be an exciting race to watch. Hey, everyone! The race just kicked off at Clark International Speedway. Prodigy Place 58 is starting in the lead, driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile. It's gonna be exciting to see how this classic car performs. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Prodigy Place 58 in first place, Matt Stacks in second, and Nuts in third. Mexican Live is now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has moved into 14th place, passing 4 cars. Magolstein is in 20th place after also overtaking 4 cars. J-Boogie is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Magolstein is making good progress, now in 17th. Maya is also advancing, now in 19th. Lian Yashin is making a strong push, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Kilusivgot has moved up 1 spot into 3rd place. Jabugi has also gained 1 position, now in 4th place. Lian Yashin has made a strong move and is now in 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 22nd place after overtaking 4 cars. Crazy Kickin has gained 1 position and is now in 7th place. Lian Yashin has advanced to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup has moved up to 8th place. I am now in 9th place after climbing 2 spots. Jay Boogie and Nuts are battling closely for 5th place. Pippi Langstrup and Crazy Kickin are fighting hard for 7th. Sidrak has moved up 1 spot to take 10th. Matt Stacks is now in 1st place. Lian Yashin is in 2nd place. Jabo Ogi has moved up to 5th place. Lian Yashin has taken the lead, now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 7th place. Crazy Chicken is now in 8th place. Amy and Crazy Chicken are battling closely for 7th place. Amy has moved up to 6th place. Story Forge has climbed to 13th place. Merchicken Lave is now in 14th place. Amy is now just a second behind Jabo Oogie. Pippi Langstrup has moved up to 8th place. La Croissant, 1980, and Cydric are battling closely for 10th place. Maya has made a strong move and is now in 19th place. Crazy Kickin has gained 1 position and is now in 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Agvathi are battling closely for 21st place. Exclusigox is now in 3rd place. Sidrak has moved up to 9th. Mergolstein is closing the gap on Mexican Live by 1.1 seconds. Prodigy Place 58 is now in 3rd place. Jayborgi and Exclusive Godox are fighting closely for 4th. I am battling Jayborgi for 5th place. Amy has moved up to 5th place. Cedric has gained 2 positions and is now 7th. La Cresson 1980 is closing in on Pippi Langstrup and has reduced the gap by 1 second. La Cresson 1980 and Pippi Langstrup are battling closely for 10th place. Cedric is closing in on Jay Barugi, the gap shrinking by 2.7 seconds. La Cresson 1980 has moved up 2 spots to take 9th place. Story Forge is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 12th place. Amy has moved up to 4th place. La Cresson 1980 is now in 8th place. Pippi Langstrup has advanced to 10th place. Congratulations to Lian Yoshin on winning the race. Well done. Congratulations to Lin Yashin. You did an amazing job and took the win. Well done. And a big shout out to Lian for getting the fastest lap. You can now claim the stunning 1971 Ferrari 312 F2. Nuts, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to claim the sleek 2017 Mercedes AMG C63 S and Hingle McCringleberry. Fantastic work on the most overtakes. You also get to take home the classic 1971 Ferrari 312 B2. Great racing, everyone! Sure. A fun fact about the 1980s supercars racing class is that during that time, cars like the Ferrari 512 and the Porsche 956 were pushing the boundaries of speed and technology. They often featured turbocharged engines, which was a big deal back then because it really boosted their power and performance. It was also a time when aerodynamics became super important, leading to those iconic wide and low designs that looked almost futuristic for the era. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. If you haven't picked one yet, make sure to do it now, so you're all set for the race. Don't miss out. Welcome back, Jambo. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Wow, both of these cars are pretty legendary in their own right. The Ford Sierra S 500 Cosworth is known for its raw power and rally pedigree, especially with that turbo-charged 4-cylinder dot. On the other hand, the Porsche 959 is renowned for its advanced technology and all-wheel drive, giving it great stability and handling. In a race on a Kutama drift, which involves a lot of tight corners and technical driving, I might lean towards the Porsche 959 because of its superior handling and grip. The 959's design makes it more adaptable to tricky turns and quick maneuvers. However, the Sierra RS 500 could surprise us if it manages to use its power to gain an advantage on the straights. Overall, I think the Porsche 959 might have a slight edge here, but it could be a close race. What do you all think? fun fact about the Trans Am racing car class is that it originally started in the late 1960s as a way to showcase American muscle cars on the racetrack. It became famous for its exciting races and powerful cars like the Ford Mustang, Chevrolet Camaro, and Pontiac Firebird, which are iconic in American car culture. The Trans Am series is also known for its close racing, and the fact that many drivers have become legends thanks to their performances in these cars. Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at the Monaco Vintage Track. The Trans Am class in Scuderia Veloce has the pole position, and is racing in a 2021 Ford Mustang. Let's see how it goes. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Nuts in first place, Scuderia Veloce in second, and Maya in third. Lithocarp is climbing fast, and now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Move for Life is dropping back and now in 16th place after losing 12 positions. Maya has moved up 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Dongtun 3 has moved up to 16th place. Celestia Inari is right behind in 17th place. They are battling closely for 16th position. Lian Yashin is struggling and has fallen back to 20th place. Ingo McCringleberry is moving up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Rosigal Gaming is moving up 1 spot to take 5th place. Congratulations! That's fantastic news. Well done on winning the race. Sure. A fun fact about the F1 cars from 1988 is that it was the last season where turbocharged engines were allowed before they were banned. These turbo engines were incredibly powerful and made the cars quite loud and exciting to watch. The car driven by McLaren, the MP4, was especially dominant that year, winning 15 out of 16 races. Welcome back, Skilltill. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Welcome back, Michael Schumacher. It's great to have you here again. I hope you're ready to see some exciting AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the action. Hey everyone! If you want to check out the cars you have locked in for the race, just type !car in chat. It will show you what cars you've selected. Give it a try. Hey there! If you're enjoying the race and want to catch more exciting AI car action, be sure to hit that follow button. That way you won't miss any of the fun. Thanks for stopping by and welcome to the stream. Hey everyone, if you're interested in checking out the merch store, just type !merch in chat, and the bot will send you the link. We've got some cool shirts and other gear for all you fans. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder. The time left to pick your car is almost up, so make sure to get your choice in before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the fun. Welcome back, Star French stars. It's great to have you here again. Glad you could join us for the racing fun. We've got some exciting cars driven by AI right now, so sit back and enjoy the race. Both cars are from the same era, but the Railer RC1 and the March 81 have their own unique characteristics. The Railer RC1 is known for its agility and sharp handling, which can give it an advantage on a circuit like Kazan Ring with its tight corners. The March 81st, on the other hand, has a reputation for steady performance and a good balance of speed and control. Considering the track's layout, I would lean slightly towards Amundsen in the Railer RC1, because its agility might help navigate the more technical sections more effectively. But it's definitely a close call, and the driver skills play a big role too. It's going to be an exciting race to see which car and driver come out on top. Alright everyone, great to see the hype train paying off. The race just kicked off at the Kazan Ring. And on pole we have Azer6 in a 1988 Eurobron ER08D8. Let's see how they do. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Azer6 in first place, Skilltil in second, and Wu for Life in third. Skilltil is now in first place, and Wu for Life has moved up to second place. Azer 6 is closing in on Enro for life in the fight for second. Azer 6 is now in 5th place. Amy has moved up to 6th place. Centauri Prime is now in 8th place. Centauri Prime and Max Verstappen are battling closely for 6th place. Just Pancakes has moved up 1 spot to take 8th. Joey and Just Pancakes are fighting hard for 8th position. Centauri Prime has moved up to 6th place. Joey has advanced to 8th place. Joey and Max Verstappen are battling closely for 7th place. Just Pancakes has moved up to 8th place. Askeister French Stars has also gained 1 position and is now in 13th place. Amin San and Iceheister French Stars are close together, battling for 12th place. Joey and Max Verstappen are battling closely for 7th place. Michael Schumacher is climbing up to 16th. Nuts is advancing to 20th. Lian Yashin is now in 19th place. Maya has moved up to 21st place. Centauri Prime is currently in 7th place, but has not set a fastest lap time yet. Their race seems to be steady, but not very competitive so far. The F1 1988 cars are quite close in performance, but the Kaizen Ring's technical layout favors the more agile and responsive cars. The track's mix of tight corners and short straights is helping drivers like Skilltil and Ezer6 stay at the front. The car class's overall performance is balanced, but driver skill and setup seem to be making the difference. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is driving a March 881. They are currently in 23rd place, and their fastest lap is 1:27.222. The race seems competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is racing a March 881. They are currently in 23rd place, and their fastest lap is 1 minute, 27 seconds, and 232 milliseconds. Skilltil is leading the race in a 1988 Osella F, a 1L. Their fastest lap is 1:22.17, slightly faster than Ezer6 in second. They seem to be maintaining a strong pace and holding the top position well. Jambo's fallen back to 24th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 14th place. Michael Schumacher is moving up to 15th place. Ezra is currently in second place driving an Eurobron E-Air 188. They started in first position and have a very close lap time to Skilltil at the front. Their race looks strong so far with consistent pace. The Kazan Ring's tight corners and high-speed sections are favoring the top drivers with quick lap times. Skilltil and Isar are maintaining their lead with consistent pace. The track seems to be challenging for the midfielders, causing some overtaking battles and slight gaps forming. Max Verstappen is now in 6th place. Joey has moved up to 7th. Just Pankakis is in 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Hinkelma Kringleberry is also making moves, passing 4 cars to take 12th place. Tuner is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 9th place. Lian Yashin is making a strong move, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amundsen is closing the gap fast, now just 6.2 seconds behind Lian. Jambo is climbing up the field, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Scuderia Veloce is now just a few car lengths behind New for Life. Lin Lilac has overtaken another car and is now in the 16th position. New for Life is in 3rd place and has the fastest lap, so he's showing strong pace and could be a threat for the lead soon. The F1 1988 cars at Kazan Ring seem to favor the more agile and lightweight models, like the McLaren and Speed, as seen with the top positions. The track's technical layout likely benefits cars with good handling and acceleration, giving an edge to those classes. Scuderia Veloce is now just a few seconds behind New for Life. Max Verstappen is gaining on Amy, now only 2.1 seconds back. No for Life is trying to hold off Scuderia Veloce as they approach the final laps. Scuderia Veloce is now just behind Move for Life and closing the distance. Rizaldi Adha and Lin Lalak are battling closely for the 17th position. Yambo is gaining on Nuts, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy is currently in 7th place. Nuts is now in 18th place. Jumbo is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is now in 2nd place. Jumbo is getting closer to Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has moved up to 23rd place. Tuna is charging through the field now in 6th place. Iso6 is dropping back, now in 18th. Move for Life is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy is now in the 18th place. Kingle McCringleberry has moved up to 10th place. Centauri Prime has advanced to 11th place. Rizaldi Adha is climbing to 17th place. Jambo is now in 19th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is catching up to Smurf, closing the gap by 1 second. Yambo has moved up 1 place to take the 19th position. Smurf has also moved up 1 spot to take the 21st position. Scuderia Veloce has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Tuna has moved up to 5th place. Rizaldi Adha and Nuts are battling closely for the 17th position. Skilltail is falling back to 17th place. And for Life is climbing to 2nd place. Max Verstappen is moving up to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is moving up to 11th place. Michael Schumacher and Lian are battling closely for that position. Maya is closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya and Nuts are fighting for 15th place. Rosalia Adha is making a strong push, overtaking 4 cars to reach 13th place. Amin-san is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 12th place. Nuts is advancing as well, moving up 1 position to 14th place. Amy is gaining on Michael Schumacher fast, closing the gap by 12.8 seconds. Move for Life is narrowing the distance to Scuderia Veloce by 1.5 seconds. Lin Lilac has moved up 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Michael Schumacher is now in 21st place. Amy has moved up to 22nd place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is driving a March 881. They are currently in 21st place, and their fastest lap is 1 minute 22.099 seconds. The race looks competitive for them. Amin-san is currently in 13th place with a solid lap time, but Pippi Langstrom is just behind in 8th. Pippi's faster lap suggests she might make a move soon. Scuderia Veloce is leading the race with a strong performance. Their car is a 1988 Zag Speed 881, and they started in 4th position. They have the fastest lap time so far at 1:22.36. EZ6 is driving the Eurobrunn ER188, which is currently in the lead. They have a strong pace with the fastest lap of 1:21.953. Their race looks very promising so far. Centauri Prime is driving an Aeros Atenbi. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 22.924 seconds. Their race looks steady, but they are slightly behind the top contenders. Tuna and Max Verstappen are battling closely for 3rd place. Amy is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tuna is now in 3rd place, moving up 1 spot. Yambo and Nuts are battling closely for 15th place. Skilltail is driving an Ozella F01L, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They are currently in 2nd place, showing strong performance with a fast lap of 1 minute 21.950. Aminson's car is a Ryle ARC1 from 1988. They are currently in 13th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 22.452 seconds. Scouts with their race seems steady, but they are not in the top group for now. Tuna is now in second place. Move for Life and Tuna are battling closely for that position. Ingle McCringleberry is catching up to Pippi Langstrump and has cut the gap by a second and a half. The Cousin Ring's tight corners and high-speed sections are favoring cars with good handling and acceleration. We're seeing close battles in the middle and front, with some drivers gaining on others through technical sections. Joey is now just behind Max Verstappen, closing the gap to less than a second. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Pippi Langstrump, cutting the distance by 1.3 seconds. Just Pankakis is gaining on Joey, closing the gap to just under a second. Amy is catching up to Michael Schumacher quickly, now only 2.3 seconds behind. Just Pankakis is driving a 1988, a GSJ H23. They are currently in 7th place, and have a fastest lap time of 1:22.508. Their race looks steady with consistent pace. Askai's Stars is driving an Arrows A10B, which is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:22.496, showing consistent pace. The race looks competitive for them. Maya is driving the Zaxpeed 881, starting in 22nd place. They are currently in the 18th position, making some progress. Their fastest lap is 1:22.368. Lenenak is driving a March 881, starting from the 18th position. Their fastest lap is 1:22.445 seconds. They are currently in 15th place, making steady progress through the field. Move for Life is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and staying competitive. Move for Life is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and staying competitive. Smurf is currently in 8th place with a Williams FW12. Their fastest lap is 1:21.473 seconds, which is quite competitive. The race seems to be going well for Smurf so far. Michael Schumacher is currently in the 8th place, driving a Benetton B188. His fastest lap is 1 minute, 22.290, and he is close behind the top contenders. Amundsen is currently in 13th place with a solid lap time, while Pippi Langstrump is in 8th place, but has a slower fastest lap. Amundsen has a chance to catch up if they keep consistent, but Pippi Langstrump is holding a good position for now. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a Ryla RC1. They are currently in 10th place and their fastest lap is 1 minute 23 seconds and 43 milliseconds. The race seems competitive for them. Just Pancakers is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is catching up to Amundsen, closing the gap by 1 second. Rizaldia Adha and Amundsen are battling closely for 12th place. Tuna is driving a Benetton B188. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 22 seconds, which shows solid pace. Their race looks steady so far. New for Life is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and staying competitive. Askeister French Stars is driving an Arrows A10B. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 1:22.496. Their race looks steady with consistent pace. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is driving a March 881. They are currently in 21st place and have a fastest lap time of 1:22.099. Their race looks steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Skiltil is driving an Osella F, a 1L, which is known for its lightweight and agility. They started in 2nd position and are currently in 2nd place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 21.950. Their race seems strong so far. Askeister French Stars is climbing to 6th place. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Just Pancakes, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lian Yashin is gaining on Centauri Prime, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They are battling closely for 10th place. Max Verstappen is gaining on Tuna, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amundsen is catching up to Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Lin Lilac is approaching Rizaldi Adha, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Lin Lilac is gaining on Rizaldi Adha and has closed the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is catching up to Jambo, reducing the distance by 1 second. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Iron Crystal Wooden Cross, also reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Welcome back, Math Society. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing. Tuner is now just behind, no full life, and looks ready to make a move. Len is gaining on Rizaldiata quickly. Michael Schumacher is closing the distance to Iron Cross a Wooden Cross, with a strong push. Isosix is gaining on Smurf, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy is catching up to Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amundsen is driving a Ryle C1, starting from the 13th position. They are currently in the 12th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 22.452 seconds. The race seems steady for them so far. New for Life has moved up to first place. Just Pankakis is now less than 2 seconds behind as Heist the French stars. Amundsen is closing in on Lian Yashin by over a second. Amundsen and Lian Yashin are battling closely for the 11th position. Just Pankakis is driving in 1988. A GSJ H23 where they are currently in 9th place with a fastest lap of 1:22.508. Their race seems steady, but they are slightly behind the leaders. Skilltail is driving in Osella FA1L. They started in 2nd place and are currently in the 8th position. Their fastest lap is 1:21.95. Michael Schumacher is currently in the 8th place driving a Benetton B188. His fastest lap is 1 minute 22.290, and he is close behind the top racers. Scuderia Veloz is now in 1st place. Tumna has moved up to 2nd place. Max Verstappen is in 3rd place. Joey is now in 4th place. Askais de French Stars has moved up to 5th. Just Pancakes is in 6th. The race is heating up. New for Life is in 9th place, but has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position soon. New for Life is in 9th place, but has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position if he keeps up the pace. New for Life is gaining on Hinkle McCrinkleberry, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Michael Schumacher is also closing in on Iron Cross a Wooden Cross. Both drivers are making strong moves. Tuna is now in 1st place. Max Verstappen has moved up to 2nd. Just Pankakis is in 5th place. Just Pankakes is now in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom is in 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is in 6th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Centauri Prime. cutting the gap by 5.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf has moved up one spot to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry has also gained one position, now in 5th place. New for Life is climbing to 5th place. Lian Yashin is now in 10th. Amin Sun has moved into 11th. New for Life has moved up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Nouveau Life are battling closely for 4th. Maya is gaining on Nuts, cutting the gap by over a second. Just Pancakes is now in 1st place. Young Move for Life has moved up to 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry has advanced to 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place, moving up 2 spots. Guderia Vilos has also gained 2 positions, now in 4th. They are close together, battling hard for 3rd place. Welcome back, Naibe. Great to have you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to see some exciting AI car races. Rizaldi Atta is now in 21st place, falling back 7 positions. Tuner is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Askeister French Stars is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 2.2 seconds. New for Life has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Tuna has moved up to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Askeister French Stars, closing the gap by over a second. Tuna is now in 2nd place. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 3rd. Max Verstappen has climbed to 4th. Max Verstappen is in 8th place, driving a 1988, a GSJ823. His fastest lap is 1:21.877. He seems to be maintaining a steady pace, but hasn't made a move forward yet. Just Pancakes is gaining on Askei's French Stars, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Lian Yishin is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Nuts is moving up 1 spot to 14th place. Nuts and Lin Lilac are battling closely for 13th place. Welcome back, Ship Roman. Glad to see you return to the stream. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back and enjoy the action. Tuner is gaining on No for Life and closing the gap quickly. Just Pancakes is narrowing the distance to Askei's the French Stars. Nuts has moved up to 13th place. Tuner is now just a few seconds behind New for Life and looks like he's gaining ground. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the distance to Pippi Langstrumpf and might make a move soon. Tuner is now just behind, Move for Life, and gaining speed. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the distance to Pippi Langstrup quickly. Rizaldi Adha is making a strong push towards Michael Schumacher. Jambo is driving a 1988 McLaren MP44. They are currently in the 16th place, with a fastest lap of 1:21.57, showing strong pace. Centauri Prime is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, and is now just a few seconds behind. Rizaldi Adha is also closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the distance by a second. Rizaldi Adha is currently in the 18th position, driving a Benetton B188. Their fastest lap is 1:22.253. The race looks competitive with close times among the top drivers. Gladeria Veloce is gaining on Tuna and is now just over 2 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are battling closely for 8th place. Lian Yashin is closing the gap on Amundsen, now less than a second apart. Gladeria Veloce is now just a few car lengths behind Tuna. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is gaining on Smurf, closing the gap steadily. Rizaldi Adha is inching closer to Michael Schumacher, making a strong push. Tuner is in second place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard to challenge for the lead. Amundsen's cars arrive at RC1, starting from 13th position. They are currently in 12th place, with a fastest lap of 1:22.452. The race seems close for them just behind the top 10. ESA 6 is gaining on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and Just Pancakes are battling closely for 7th place. Amundsen is catching up to Centauri Prime, reducing the distance by just over a second. Joey has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. ESA 6 has also moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Tuner is now just behind Move for Life and gaining ground. Just Pancakes is closing in on Ozkais the French stars rapidly. Amundsen is also making a move on Centauri Prime. Amundsen is closing in on Centauri Prime, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Michael Schumacher and Rizaldi Adha are battling closely for 18th position. Amundsen is closing in on Centauri Prime, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is moving up 1 spot to take 17th place. Michael Schumacher is also moving up 1 spot to take 18th place. Tuner is gaining on Move for Life, now just a few seconds behind. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has moved up to 21st place. Hey Bobardo. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Askeiste French Stars has moved up to 5th place. Just Pankakis is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Aminsan is catching up to Centauri Prime, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Joey is holding strong in 3rd place, but Scuderia Veloz is right behind him. Just Pankakis is gaining on Max Verstappen quickly, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Askeiste French Stars is gaining ground, and has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Joey and Askeiste French Stars are closely battling for 4th position. Just Pankakis is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap to less than 2 seconds. Centauri Prime and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 8th place. Ezesigs and Michael Schumacher are fighting hard for the 19th position. Just Pankakis is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is catching up to Smurf, closing the distance by over a second. Ezesix is driving the Eurobrun ER-188, which is known for its lightweight design and decent handling. They are currently in the lead, holding the 1st position, and have the fastest lap time of 1:21.674. Their race looks strong so far. Congratulations to Nadu for Life on winning the race. Well done. Congratulations to Nundu for Life for winning the race. Great driving out there. And a special shout out to Maya for setting the fastest lap. Gatti, you can claim the 1988. Zach Speed, 881. Hippie Langstrom, you won the bet race, so you get to claim the 1988, March, 881. And Askeiste French Stars, you did the most overtakes today. You can claim the 1988 Arrows a 10BE. Awesome performances all around. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Califat has a lot of twists and turns. so a car that reacts quickly and stays stable through sharp bends would be ideal. While speed is important, being able to navigate the corners smoothly will really make a difference here. A balanced suspension and good grip would help the car stay in control even at high speeds around the curves. So, overall, precise steering and stable cornering performance are what I'd prioritize for this track. Hey everyone! The time to select your car is almost up. Make sure you've picked your favorite before the countdown ends so you can watch your chosen car race. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Calafat. Chip Broman is starting in pole position, driving a classic 1996 Toyota Saab MC 8R. Let's see how he holds up. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Pippi Langstrom in first place, Chip Broman in second, and Blue for Life in third. Nuts is now in third place. Captain Trippy has moved up to 5th. Scuderia Veloce is now in 7th. Scuderia Veloce is now in 6th place. Bobardo is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1 second. New for Life is currently in 4th place, driving a 1996 Toyota Saab MC 8R. Their race looks steady with consistent pace, staying close to the top 3. Naibe is driving a 1993 Jaguar X J220. Which is known for its high top speed and sleek design. They are currently in 12th place, close behind NRF Society and Maya.Doi. The race seems competitive with tight positioning around them. MRF Society is advancing to 7th place. Hingelma Kringleberry is climbing to 13th place. Lian Yashin and Hingelma Kringleberry are battling closely for the 13th spot. Nefes Society is driving a 1998 Porsche 911 GT 198 Dote1. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace without any major overtakes or issues so far. Hingelma Kringleberry is driving a 1997 Panos Esperante GT R1 though. Their race seems steady as they are in 14th place, maintaining a consistent pace without major overtakes so far. Maya is currently in 8th place with a Ferrari 288 GT Evoluzione. It looks like she hasn't set a valid lap time yet, and might be struggling to keep up with the pack. Nuts has moved up to 2nd place. Captain Trippy and New for Life are battling closely for 4th. D Fitsets has advanced to 9th place. Hippie Langstrom is driving a 1996 Toyota Sard MC8R. They are leading the race and have the fastest lap so far with a 1:30.056. Their race looks strong with consistent pace. Differs is driving a Porsche 911 GT 198. They are currently in 9th place with the fastest lap of 1:32.336. The race seems competitive for them. The GT1 class cars are closely matched in speed, with the Toyota Sard MC8R leading, and the Ferrari 288 GTO Evoluzione trailing. The Calafat track's technical corners seem to favor the more agile and balanced cars, keeping the top positions competitive. Nuts has just taken the lead, and is now in 1st place. Naibe is climbing up to 10th place. Amy and Naibe are close together, battling for 10th position. Hingelma Kringleberry is advancing 2 spots, and now in 12th place. Hingelma Kringleberry and I are battling closely for 11th place. Lian Yeshin is driving a 1996 Toyota Sard MC8. She is currently in 14th place, and has a fastest lap time of 1:32.446. Congratulations on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Wow, what an amazing achievement for Nuts. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes is truly impressive. Congratulations to Nuts for securing the Triple Crown. And congratulations to Shipbroman for winning the bet race. You get to claim your very own 1996 Toyota Sard MC8R. That's quite a prize. Keep up the great racing, everyone. This is turning out to be an exciting event. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Algarve is known for its tight corners and elevation changes, so a car that can maneuver easily and stay stable through the turns would perform best. Smooth acceleration and good grip on the tires are also important to maintain speed without losing control. Overall, a balanced car that can respond quickly to the twists and turns of the track would be ideal. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that there's not much time left to choose your car. Make sure to pick your favorite before the countdown ends. Don't miss out. Hey there, Marty. Welcome back to the stream. I'm glad you could join us again. We're having a lot of fun watching these AI cars race against each other. Sit back and enjoy the show. Both cars are quite interesting choices. The Pontiac GTO is known for its muscle car power and straight-line speed, but the Lamborghini 400 GT has a sleek design and might handle the twists and turns of Algarve better. Considering that Algarve has some sharp corners and technical sections, I think EU20 plays on the Lamborghini might have the edge because of its better handling. But of course, it will be exciting to see how Pondon's muscle car performs on that track. Hey everyone! The race has just kicked off at Algarve. Red Gaming 59 is starting on pole with a classic Montane 67. Chevrolet Impala SS. Let's see how that vintage beauty performs today. Red Gaming 59 has taken the lead right from the start. Nuts is holding strong in second place. Lord Whiskersoft Floofybag is currently in third position. Marty Thuas has made a strong move and is now in 6th place. Franquetti is climbing fast, now in 17. Lord Whiskersoft Floofybag has advanced 1 spot and is in 2nd. Franquetti is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also making a move, passing 4 cars to take the 15th spot. Lord Whiskersoft Floofybag has moved up 1 position to lead the race in 1st place. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 8th place. School Bus Rustavar is now in 10th place. Ingle McCringleberry has gained 2 spots and is now in 13th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Kesty Flex are battling closely for 12th place. New for Life is gaining on Martif 2, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Maya and School Bus Restavi are battling closely for 10th place. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Congratulations, Lord Whiskers of Floofyburg. You did an amazing job winning the race at Algar. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 1968 Porsche 908 LH Coupe. It's known for its impressive speed and handling on twisty circuits like Alton Park. The Porsche 900 was built for endurance and cornering performance, which seems like it would give it an advantage on that challenging island circuit. Plus, its lightweight design and powerful engine help it excel in a race like this. Hey everyone! The time to choose your car is almost up, so make sure to get your picks in now before it's too late. Both cars are quite iconic and have their own strengths. The Lola T70 Mark Omni Ford is known for its excellent handling and balanced design, especially on a track like Alton Park Island, which has a mix of tight corners and fast sections. The Ford P68, on the other hand, was built more for endurance and straight-line speed, but it might struggle a bit with the more technical parts of the circuit. Considering the driving styles and the car characteristics, I think Leon Yashin in the Lola 70 might have a slight edge because of its agility and better suitability for this kind of track. But Pippi Langström's Ford P68 could definitely surprise us if it gets a good start and maintains speed through the straights. It's going to be an exciting race either way. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Alton Park Island. The prototype's 1960 class car from New for Life is starting on pole, a sleek 1966 Jaguar XJ13. Let's see how it speeds off. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are New for Life in first place, Maya in second, and Scuderia Veloce in third. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Amy is making a strong push, now in 8th. Silent Fox 213 is gaining ground, now in 20th. Nuts has just overtaken someone to reach the 9th place. Nuts and Martiftfu are battling closely for the 8th position. Silent Fox 213 has gained 2 spots and is now in the 18th position. Silent Fox 213 is now just behind Stabigale Killings, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Niramaria has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Wolf of Echo is gaining on Stoves, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Martiftfu is driving a 1967 Ferrari 330 P4. They are currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 33.0140 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Amy is now in 7th place. Ning Shu Life has moved up to 2nd place. Hingle Kringleberry is now in 4th place. Nuts is gaining on Deluxe Combo, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Keopatuum is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, cutting the gap by a second. Exception has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Congratulations to Scalderia Veloz on their race win at Alton Park Island. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Scalderia Veloz for winning the race. That was an exciting finish. Great job to all the drivers. And a big shout out to Hingle Kringleberry for getting the fastest lap. You can claim the 1966 Lola T70 mark on a Chevrolet, a real classic from the prototypes of 1960. Lian Yashin, well done on winning the bet race. You are now eligible to claim the 1966 Lola T70 mark on E Ford, another stunning piece of racing history. Who's feeling lucky for the next race? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Altamont Raceway Park has tight turns and technical sections that require precise steering and good cornering ability. Acceleration is also important to quickly navigate straights and gain an edge. Top speed matters less here since the track isn't known for long straightaways, so a well-balanced car that can handle sharp corners efficiently would be ideal. Both cars are quite interesting choices. The Penske PC 23 is known for its strong performance and handling, especially in the mid-90s. On the other hand, the Lola T9500 also has a good reputation for speed and agility. Given the track and the cars, I'd lean slightly towards Maya in the Penske because of its proven track record in that era and its balanced design. But it's going to be a close race, and the Lola could definitely surprise us if it handles the track conditions well. Who do you think has the edge? Alright, everyone, the race is just kicking off at Altamont Raceway Park. Martif Tvu is on pole, driving a classic 1995 Renault 95 Awantenia. Let's see how he holds up. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Martif Tvu in first place, Gabardo in second, and Move for Life in third. Simplamakers is now in third place. Wayne Gretzky has moved up to 7th. Nissan Tegnuts is in 10th. Nissan Tegnuts is advancing to 8th place. Maya is now in 10th place. Bees McGee and Maya are closely battling for 10th place. Lian Yashin is moving up one spot to take 13th place. Ingvild McCringleberry and Lian Yashin are battling closely for 13th place. U20 Plays and Amy are fighting hard for 16th place. Nuts has moved up to 7th place. Wayne Gretzky and Nuts are battling closely for 7th. U20 Plays has advanced to 16th place. The IndyCar's 1995 cars are closely matched, with quick lap times around 16 seconds. The Altamont Raceway Park's layout seems to favor consistent performance, allowing drivers to stay competitive. The mix of Lola, Renault, and Penske cars is creating a tight race with no clear dominant manufacturer. In Wu for Life is driving a 1995 Penske PC 23. They are currently in 4th place, just behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is 0:16.5 T. The race looks competitive for them. Maya is driving the 1995 Penske PC 23. She is currently in the 12th place and has a fastest lap of 16.443 seconds. Her race looks competitive with steady progress. Congratulations to Martif Tvu on winning the race. Great job out there. Wow, congratulations to Martif Tvu on winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Maya for winning the bet race. You can now claim the 1995 Penske PC 23, a classic IndyCar. Excellent work, everyone. This was such an exciting race to watch. Sure. A fun fact about the 2020 Noble M500 is that it was designed with a focus on lightweight performance and agility, drawing inspiration from classic sports car. It features a naturally aspirated V8 engine, which provides a thrilling driving experience without the turbo lag that often comes with forced induction. Noble aimed to create a pure driving experience with this car, emphasizing driver engagement and simplicity. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time left to select your cars is almost up. Make your choices now if you haven't already, so you don't miss out on the fun. Don't want anyone to feel left out when the race starts. Welcome back, Gangsta Place 74. Glad to see you back in the chat. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Hope you're ready for some high-speed action. Welcome back, Kid Cries. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI racing action. This is a really interesting matchup. The Citroën GT from 2010 is known for its sharp handling and stability, which could be a big advantage on the twists and turns of the Monza Vintage full course. On the other hand, the Aston Martin 177 from 2009 has a sleek design and is famous for its speed and power, especially on straightaways. Since Monza has those fast straights and technical corners, I think it will come down to whether this Citroën can stay nimble through the corners, or if the Aston Martin can use its raw speed to pull ahead on the straight sections. If I had to pick, I might lean slightly toward the Aston Martin for its outright speed, but the Citroën's handling might give it an edge in tight spots. Who do you think has the edge here? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Monza Vintage full course. Amy is starting from pole position, driving a sleek 2018 SCG-04C. Let's see how she does. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Nwu for Life in first place, Amy in second, and Kid Cries in third. Strutting Jarl has moved up to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Strutting Jarl are battling closely for 7. Kyosify and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 8. Amy has just overtaken for the lead, now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry and Strutting Jarl are still battling closely for 7th place. Jerk Plays and Kyosify are fighting hard for 9th position. Kyosify has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Scuderia Veloce has also gained one position, now in 11th. Scuderia Veloce and Jerkplays are battling closely for 10th place. Dottingjal and Rogerbear 302 are battling closely for 6th place. Kyosify and Struttingjal are fighting for 7th position. Scuderia Veloce has moved up one spot to take 10th. Scuderia Veloce and Hingulma Kringleberry are in a tight contest for 9th. Gangsta Plays 74 is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Hippie Langstrump is also making moves, now in 14th place. Nuts is gaining ground too, now in 16th place. Kid Cries is closing the gap on Amy quickly. The distance is shrinking by 2.1 seconds. Lian Yeshin has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Kyosify is also up one spot, now in 6th. Kyosify and Kazushuk are battling closely for 5th place. Kid Cries is leading the race now. Maya has moved up to 13th place. Lian Yeshin is catching up to Move for Life, closing the gap. Struttingjal has moved up to 5th place. Kyosify is now in 6th place. Razor Bonbon is closing in on Kazushuk, reducing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Amy is holding a narrow lead over Kid Cries for 1st place. Lian Yashin is gaining on No for Life and has cut the gap to just over 1 second. Lian Yashin and No for Life are battling closely for 3rd place. Lian Yashin has moved up one spot to take 3rd place. Struttingjal and Kyosify are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Scuderia Veloce and Kazushuk are battling hard for 8th place. Lian Yeshin is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kyosify has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Struttingjal and Move for Life are battling closely for 5th place. Congratulations on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Kid Cries for winning the race. That was an incredible finish. Also, a big shout out to Kid Cries for getting the fastest lap. Definitely well deserved. And congratulations to Nuts for winning the bet race, and Maya for making the most overtakes today. You all did such a fantastic job. Now, everyone, get ready to claim your amazing cars. Sure. A fun fact about the 1967 Chevrolet Impala SS is that it was known for its powerful and stylish design, making it a popular choice for car enthusiasts during that time. It also had a distinctive and sleek look with a wide body and a bold front grille, which has made it a classic among vintage car lovers. Plus, it could come with a big V8 in, giving it impressive performance for its era. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time left to select your cars is almost up. Make sure to choose your favorite before it's too late. Don't miss out on your chance to root for your preferred AI driver. Welcome back, Katishu. Glad to have you back with us. I hope you enjoy the race today. This is a really exciting matchup. The Lamborghini Miura P 400 SV is known for its sleek design and impressive top speed, especially for a car from the 1960s. It's built for speed and agility, which could give it an advantage on the fast curves of Weatherfield Speedway. On the other hand, the Shelby Cobra 427 is famous for its powerful engine and raw muscle. It's incredibly strong in acceleration and can handle tight turns well, thanks to its racing heritage. Considering the track and the car's strengths, I think the Lamborghini might have a slight edge in this race due to its agility and speed on the straights. But don't count out the Shelby Cobra's power. It could make up ground with a strong burst. It's going to be a close call. Hey Sean Diona1, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off here at Weatherfield Speedway. Dr. Keeps Appleway is starting on the front row, driving a classic 1967 Chevrolet Impala SS. It's a beautiful sight to see these vintage cars racing today. The race is underway with Hinkle McCrinkleberry leading the pack. Dr. Keeps Appleway is in second place, closely followed by Wickfee Out 25 in third. Crazy Sweetbutt is making a strong move, now in third place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up fast, now in 14th place. Vinha 17 is also advancing, now in 20th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in second place. Crystal 33 has moved up to 6th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and New for Life are battling closely for 8th place. Lyra Shay has moved up to 6th place. Dr. Keeps Away and Lyra Shay are battling closely for 6th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls has advanced to 8th place. In Roofer Life is climbing to 7th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is advancing to 11th place. Dademochi James is moving up to 15th place. Crystal 33 and Captain Trippy are battling closely for 4th place. Kyosify is climbing up to 12th place. Kid Cries is advancing to 15th place. Muffa Life and La Roche are battling closely for 6th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Beyond Two Dark Souls are fighting hard for 9th place. Whip 3 out 25 is now in 1st place. Red Panda Manatee 4 has moved up to 8th place. Kyosify is now in 11th place. Crystal 33 is holding on to 4th place with Captain Trippy right behind. Nufa Life and Lyra Shay are battling closely for 6th position. Kyosify and Dr. Keeps Away are fighting hard for 10th place. Gabitha Minimak is now in 29th place. Sadimomochi James has dropped to 30th place. Crystal 33 has moved up to 4th place. Katsushuk and Juno Scott the leads are battling closely for the 17th position. Vina 17 has gained 1 spot and is now in 19th place. Vina 17 and Katsushuk are also fighting for 18th place. Kid Cries is now in 11th place. Amy has moved up to 12th place. Hippie Langstrom is now in 14th place. Kid Cries is now in 11th place. Amy has moved up to 12th place. Lenya Singh is in 16th place. Closing the gap on Scuderia Veloz, who is right behind her. The battle for 16th is heating up. Nerfa Life is just ahead of Lyra Shy, and they are battling closely for 6th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Red Panda Manatee 4 are also fighting hard for 8th place. Kyosify has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Gamer Boss 72 is climbing fast, now in the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. And Woofer Life has moved up 2 spots, now in 5th place. Captain Trippy and Moo Woofer Life are battling closely for 5th place, staying within a few car lengths of each other. Captain Trippy has moved up to 5th place. Kid Cries is closing in on the Hyper 7, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hippie Langstrom is now in 13th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls moves up 1 spot to take 8th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Beyond Two Dark Souls are battling closely for 8. Dr. Keeps Away and Gamer Boss 72 are fighting hard for 17th.
Moo for Life, and Captain Trippy are fighting closely for 5th place. Red Panda 94 and Beyond for Dark Souls are also neck and neck for 8th place. Kid Cries is climbing up to 10th place, moving up 1 spot. Congratulations to Whip 3 out 25 on winning the race. Great job out there. Wow, congratulations to Whip 3 out 25 for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. And a big shout out to Amy for doing the most overtakes today. You can claim the beautiful 1963 Ferrari 250 LM. Well done to everyone for another exciting race. Sure. A fun fact about the Donington Park Vintage track is that it actually features a mix of the classic vintage circuit and the modern track layout. This means you get to experience the nostalgic twists and turns of the vintage route, alongside the faster, more contemporary sections. It's like a perfect blend of old-school racing charm and modern speed. Welcome back, Cedric. Glad to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Hey, Hogred 3 and Kamikaze 38. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you guys again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! I just want to remind you that this channel is a lot of fun to run, but also costs quite a bit to keep going. If you enjoy the races and want to support, subscribing or cheering bits really helps out. Subscribers also get priority to join in on the special events, so it's a great way to get involved. But don't worry, the stream is completely free to watch. Thanks so much for hanging out and supporting the channel. Now, let's get back to these exciting AI races. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up, if you've ever cheered bits in the chat, you get to display a bits badge next to your name now. Show off your support and let everyone see your bits badge. Thanks for cheering and being a part of the fun. Hey, everyone! If you want to support the creator of the stream, and check out their Twitter called Everlasting Apex, you can get a link by typing !Twitter in chat. Even if they don't post a lot, more followers really boost their confidence, so go ahead and show some love. Welcome back to the stream. We're so glad to see you return. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. It's going to be a lot of fun watching these cars compete. Thanks for joining us again. Alright, everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in now, so you don't miss out on the fun. After this, we'll be starting the race soon. Welcome back. Deplorable Apple. It's great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey Wayne the Train, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. Both cars are quite interesting choices for this race. The Lamborghini Asterion from 2014 is known for its luxury and smooth handling, which could give it an advantage on the vintage Donington Park track. On the other hand, the 2019 SESE Watara is built for speed and aerodynamics, making it a formidable competitor, especially in a race setting. Considering the track and the car's characteristics, I might lean towards the SSC Watara having a slight edge because of its focus on high speed and performance. However, the Lamborghini's handling might help it maintain better control through the curves. It's definitely a close call, but I think the SSC Watara might just edge out in this one. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, welcome to this special race at Donington Park Vintage. The cars are in the combined slow car class, so stay tuned to see some exciting battles. Nuts is just beginning their first timed lap. They are currently in the middle of the track. Rizaldi Atta is just starting their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their progress. Alright, we have about 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. It's getting intense as everyone tries to improve their lap times. Keep an eye on that leaderboard, because things can change quickly. Who do you think will boost into the top spot before it's over? Hungary is pushing hard right now. Michael Schumacher is on the move, trying to set a quick time. Centauri Prime is also out on the track, looking to improve their position. ESA6 is now on their first timed lap. Scuderia Veloce has also just begun their first lap. Amy is pushing hard, currently in the lead on this lap. Marty Wu is close behind, trying to close the gap. Air 40 is a bit further back, but gaining speed. Kazishok is now on their first timed lap. They are currently in 8th place. Rizaldi Atta is now in 5th place, and has improved their lap time to 1 minute 59.859 seconds. Joey is on their first timed lap, and just getting started. Welcome back, Chaos Pilot. Glad to see you back in the race. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car action today. Pippi Langstrom is just starting their first timed lap. Nitesel, Konachi, Ilethilmins, Eselendal Gorshi Kaktet timed best. Keep an eye on their progress. Martithwell has set a new best with a 156.858, making a solid improvement. Katsishok has climbed to 9th place with a 22238, gaining 2 positions. Joey has also moved up 2 spots to 10th place with a 23.675, improving by 1.6 seconds. Alright, everyone. We've got about 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. Make sure to watch those cars as they try to improve their times. It's always exciting to see who can squeeze out a little extra speed before the race. Keep an eye on those leaders and see if anyone can snatch the top spot. Joey has moved up to 7th place with a lap time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. He's improved his time by 3:30 seconds. Wayne the Train has moved up to 13th place with a lap time of 2 minutes and 6 seconds. He's improved his time by a significant 130.6 seconds. Razati Ada has moved up to 4th place with a lap time of 1 minute 59.083 seconds, improving their previous time by 0.8 seconds. New for Life is now on their first timed lap, moving steadily through the course. Isotix has just set a new best lap at 2 minutes 1.850, edging out their previous time by 0.1 second. Wayne the Train has moved up 5 places to 8th, and is now running a lap time of 2 minutes and 0.657 seconds, improving by 5.4 seconds. Kazashuk has also improved their lap time to 2 minutes and 2.132 seconds, which is 0.1 seconds faster than their previous best. Kazashuk has moved up to 10th place with a lap time of 2 minutes, 1 second, and 683 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 0.4 of a second. Sean Dion 101 has moved up to 12th place with a lap of 2 minutes, 2 seconds and 254 milliseconds, improving their time by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langström has moved up to 15th place with a lap of 2 minutes, 15 seconds and 977 milliseconds, improving their time by 1.8 seconds. Kasishuk has moved up to 7th place, and has a lap time of 2 minutes, and 0.055 seconds. They improved their previous time by 1.6 seconds. Huggett 3 is now in 4th place. Hoke 3 and Martif 2 are close together fighting for 3rd. Nuts and Wayne the Train are battling for 9th place. Kid Cries is climbing fast, now in 17th place after overtaking 4 cars. Lian Yeshin is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 24. Michael Schumacher and Martif are locked in a close fight for the lead. Bobardo is climbing fast, now in 17th place. Deplorably Apple is also making moves, now in 23rd place. Nuts has gained 2 positions, now in 7th place. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Pippi Langström and Bobardo are battling closely for 16th position. Kid Cries has gained 2 spots and is now in 18th place. Kid Cries is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 4 cars. Askeister French Stars is also making moves, now in 15th place with 4 cars past. Maya is gaining ground, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Deplorably Apple is making a strong move, climbing 3 places to 18. Rizaldia Adha is gaining ground, now in 5th place. Air 40 is closing the gap on EZ6, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Wayne the Train is climbing fast, now in 10th place. Kid Cries is also moving up, now in 11th. Kamikaze 38 has made a big jump, now in 15th after overtaking 10 cars. Kid Cries is now in 5th place after overtaking 6 cars. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 14th after passing 7 cars. Max Verstappen is in 15th after overtaking 9 cars. Max Verstappen is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, and now only 1.2 seconds behind. They are battling closely for the 14th position. Deplorable has moved up 1 place and is now in 23rd. Max Verstappen is advancing to 14th place. Move for Life is climbing to 17th place. Babardo is moving up to 20th place. Kamikaze 38 is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Kid Cries has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Max Verstappen is closing in on R40, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Kid Cries is really on the move, now in 1st place. Nuts has gained 1 position to sit in 7th. Wayne the Train has also moved up 1 spot to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, cutting the gap by 15.8 seconds. Martiftwo has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Michael Schumacher has also moved up 1 spot to 2nd place. Kid Cries is now in 12th place. Maya has moved up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is gaining on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 1 second. Michael Schumacher is now just over a second behind Martiftwo. Max Verstappen has moved up to 12th place. Scuderia Veloce has climbed to 13th place. Centauri Prime is gaining on Move for Life and closing the gap rapidly. Herd 3 is now just a little behind, Amy in catching up. Rizal Diata is also closing in on Hug 3, so the battle for positions is heating up. Centauri Prime is gaining on Move for Life and is now just a few seconds behind. Maya is closing the distance to Centauri Prime, making it an interesting chase. Bobardo is catching up to Joey quickly, only a few seconds apart now. Wayne the Train is now just behind Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to less than a second. Max Verstappen is gaining on Air 40, getting closer with every lap. Centauri Prime is rapidly approaching Noble for Life, now only a few seconds behind. Centauri Prime is gaining on Noble for Life and closing the gap rapidly. Amy is catching up to Michael Schumacher, making progress. Aza 6 is narrowing the distance to Nuts as well. Centauri Prime is gaining on Max Verstappen, now just under 6 seconds behind. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Nuts is catching Wayne the Train, now only 2.6 seconds apart. Askeister French Stars is making a strong move, climbing 4 places to 23rd. New for Life is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Centauri Prime has advanced 1 position to 15th. Rizaldi Adha is now in 4th place. Nuts has moved up to 6th place. Ezesix is in 7th place. Amy is currently in 7th place and maintaining a steady pace. Amy is gaining on the racer ahead, closing the gap by about 0.8 seconds. Amy is just behind Pippi Langstrom, now looking for an opportunity to overtake. Amy is staying focused as the race heats up. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 3rd place. Haga is now in 4th. Katsishuk has advanced to 8th. Nuts has moved up to 5th place. Ezesix is now in 6th place. Katsishuk has advanced to 7th place. Nuts has moved up to 4th place. Ezesix is now in 5th. Kazishuk has climbed to 6th. Air 40 has moved up 2 spots to take 8th place. Centauri Prime is gaining on Nwu for Life, cutting the gap by 3.7 seconds. Wayne the Train is closing in on Centauri Prime, reducing the distance by 230 seconds. Wayne the Train is gaining on Centauri Prime, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Joey is narrowing the distance to Pippi Langstrom, making a strong push. Kid Cries is closing in on Max Verstappen, looking to overtake soon. Nuts is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 8.6 seconds. Centauri Prime is closing in on Hug 3, reducing the distance by 14.2 seconds. Cedric has moved up 3 positions to take 23rd place. Maze is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap by 5 seconds. I am catching up to New for Life, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Wayne the Train and Centauri Prime are battling closely for the 14th position. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Code 3 is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Kid Cries has moved up 1 spot to 19th place. Nuts is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Shantion 101 has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Air 40 is closing in on Kazishuk, reducing the gap by 230 seconds. Katsushuk has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Ezo6 and Kazushuk are battling closely for 6th position. Amy is also climbing up one spot to 9th place. Hingelma Kringleberry is making a strong push, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Deplorably Apple is also climbing fast, now in 24th after a similar move. Air 40 has gained 1 position, now in 7th place. Centauri Prime is now in 11th place. Wayne the Train has moved into 12th place. Nub for Life has climbed into 13th place. Shantaeon 101 is gaining on Nuts, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Huggert 3 has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. The battle for 9th place between Scuderia Veloce and Hugwood 3 is heating up. Amy is gaining on Air 40 and has closed the gap by 2 seconds. Centauri Prime has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Wayne the Train has also moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Katsushuk is now just a few seconds behind Shantaeon 101. Amy is gaining on Air 40 quickly. Wayne the Train has moved up to 10th place. Deplorably Apple is now in 21st place, moving up 2 spots. Askais to French Stars has moved into 24th place, climbing 1 spot. Doriti Lian Yashin is in 25th place, also moving up 1 spot. Amy is now just a few seconds behind R40 and looks to be gaining ground. Ezix is rapidly approaching New for Life and could make a move soon. Joey is also closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf and might attempt an overtake in the next few corners. Shantaeon 101 is gaining on Nuts, closing the gap to just over a second. Ezo6 is catching up to New for Life, now less than 4 seconds behind. Joey is narrowing the distance to Pippi Langstrumpf, just under 3 seconds apart. Shantaeon 101 is now just behind Nuts and gaining ground. Amy is catching up to Air 40 quickly. Ezo6 is closing the distance to New for Life with a strong push. Katsushuk is gaining on Shantaeon 101 and is now just a few seconds behind. Amy is closing the distance to Air 40 and has cut the gap by over 2 seconds. Ezo6 is catching up to New for Life and has reduced the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Ezo6 is rapidly catching up to One Woo for Life and closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Shantaeon 101 is making a move on Nuts with a 3-second gain. I am also closing in on R40, reducing the distance by 2 1/3 seconds. is now just behind Air 40 and looks ready to make a move. Wayne the train is gaining on Hugger 3, closing the distance steadily. Centauri Prime is right on Wayne the train's tail, eyeing a potential overtake. Amy is now just behind Air 40, closing the distance quickly. Centauri Prime is gaining on Wayne the train, getting closer with every lap. ESA 6 is right behind, Move for Life, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Katsushuk and Shondion 101 are battling closely for 5th place. Amy is gaining on F40, cutting the gap by 240 seconds. Joey is closing in on ESA 6, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Shondion 101 is gaining on Nuts, now just a few seconds behind. Amy is closing the distance to Air 40. The gap is shrinking steadily. ESA 6 is catching up to Move for Life, closing in quickly. ESA 6 is rapidly catching up to Move for Life, the gap shrinking by 5 seconds. Katsushuk has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. I am closing in on F40, cutting the distance by nearly 3 seconds. F40 is gaining on Shondion 101 and is now just a few car lengths behind. ESA 6 has moved up 1 spot to 13. Kamikaze 38 is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry and is now within striking distance. Joey is gaining fast on Move for Life. The gap is shrinking by over 5 seconds. Air 40 has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. ESA 6 is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, cutting the distance by 2.4 seconds. Wayne the train is climbing to 9th place. Joey is closing in on MD for Life, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Cedric is moving up to 26th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Martif 2, now just over a second behind. Katsushuk is closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. ESA 6 is making progress on Scuderia Veloce, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Michael Schumacher is now just behind Martif 2, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Katsushuk has moved up 1 position to take 4th place. Shondion 101 is gaining on Air 40, reducing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Martif 2 and is now just a few seconds behind. Amy is closing the gap on Shondion 101 and is catching up quickly. ESA 6 is narrowing the distance to Scuderia Veloce and looks like a battle is brewing. ESA 6 is now just behind Scuderia Veloce and gaining speed. Joey is rapidly closing the gap on Noe for life, and might make a move soon. Kamikaze 38 is also closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, and could be looking for an overtake shortly. Amy is now within striking distance of Sean Dion 101, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Ezo 6 is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, cutting the distance significantly. Joey is also making a move, closing in on Noe for life with a strong push. Joey is rapidly catching up to Noe for life. The gap is shrinking by 7.4 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Martif 2, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Katsushuk is also closing in on Rizaldi Adha, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Deplorably, Apple is driving a 2019 SSC to Atara and is currently in 18th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute 51.084 seconds. The race for them seems steady, but they are quite behind the leader. Amy is gaining on Sean Dion 101 and is now just a few car lengths behind. Wayne the Train is rapidly closing the distance on Amy and might make a move soon. Joey is also closing in on Noe for life and could be looking for an overtake shortly. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Amy is catching up to Sean Dion 101, now only 3.8 seconds behind. Centauri Prime is narrowing the distance to Huggard 3, cutting the gap to 1.2 seconds. Joey is rapidly catching up to Noe for life, closing the distance by 5.4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, narrowing the gap by 2.8 seconds. I am also closing in on Sean Dion 101, reducing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher and is now just a few seconds behind. Amy is catching up to Sean Dion 101 quickly. Centauri Prime is narrowing the distance to Huggard 3 steadily. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Sean Dion 101 is catching up to Air 40, now within a second and a half. Amy is closing in on Sean Dion 101, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Amy is catching up to Sean Dion 101, now within a second and a half. Joey is rapidly closing the distance to Noe for life, now less than 4 seconds behind. Joey is gaining on Noe for life, rapidly, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Lian Yashin is closing in on Babardo, reducing the distance by 15.6 seconds. I am also catching up to Sean Dion 101, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Air 40 is moving up one position to 5th place. Sean Dion 101 is also climbing one spot to 6th place. Amy is now in 7th place. Joey is gaining on No for Life and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Wayne the Train is now in 8th place. Hugger 3 has moved up to 9th. Ingle McCringleberry has advanced to 23rd. Centauri Prime is now in 10th place. ESA 6 has moved into 11th. Tudaria Veloz is in 12th. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Sean Dion 101 is closing in on Air 40, reducing the gap by 1 second. Kamikaze 38 has moved up one spot to take 21st place. Amy is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the gap rapidly. Rizaldi Adha is narrowing in on Michael Schumacher. Lian Yashin and Askais the French stars are battling closely for 25th place. Amy has moved up to 6th place. Cube 3 is gaining on Wayne the Train, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Joey is closing in on New for Life, shrinking the gap by 3.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on at 40, and is now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is catching up to Sean Dion 101 quickly. Joey is closing the distance on New for Life with a strong push. Bobardo is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, now just a few seconds behind. Nuts is closing in on Scuderia Veloz, closing the gap steadily. Joey is also making a move, getting closer to Naboo for Life. Joey is gaining on Namu for Life, now just a few seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed up to 23rd place. Bobardo has moved up to 24th place. Sean Dion 101 is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. Nuts is catching up to Scuderia Veloz quickly, just 2.4 seconds behind now. Joey is also closing in on NV for Life, reducing the distance by 330 seconds. Amy has just moved up to 5th place. Nuts is gaining on Scuderia Veloz and closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Askais Turned Stars has advanced to 25th position. Joey is gaining fast on New for Life, the gap shrinking by 5.6 seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Sean Dion 101, closing the distance by 3.7 seconds. Nuts is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, reducing the gap by 4 seconds. Nuts is gaining fast on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap to just over 6 seconds. Michael Schumacher is catching up to Matif Tvu, now less than 3 seconds behind. Wayne the Train is closing in on Chandion 101, with the gap down to under 3 seconds. Isix is now just behind Centauri Prime, closing the gap to less than a second. Nuts is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, the gap shrinking to just over a second. Joey is closing in on LG4 Life, now only 1.6 seconds behind. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just over a second. Katsuyuk is catching Rizaldi Adha quickly, now less than a second behind. Nuts is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, narrowing the distance significantly. Joey is rapidly catching New for Life, the gap shrinking by 5.7 seconds. Herd 3 is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Nuts is narrowing the distance too. Scuderia Veloce, reducing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Joey is rapidly catching up to Move for Life, and has cut the gap by 5.1 seconds. Wayne the Train is closing in on Sean Dion 1, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Cydric has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 23rd place. Nuts is gaining on Scuderia Veloce and closing the gap rapidly. Joey is making a strong push towards Murphy Life and narrowing the distance. Wayne the Train is closing in on Shandiona 1 and reducing the gap steadily. The track at Donington Park is favoring the modern street cars with faster lap times, especially the Lamborghini Asturion and Lexus LFA. The vintage car is trailing behind, and the tight corners seem to challenge the retro cars. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Amy is closing in on Kazishuk, reducing the distance by 1.9 seconds. Shandion 101 has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Wayne the Train is now in 7th place. Howard 3 is gaining on Air 40, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Centauri Prime is closing in on Hug 3, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Hugget 3 is gaining on Air 40. The gap is shrinking quickly. Sigarek has moved up to 23rd place. Askeister French Stars has also moved up to 24th. Target 3 is gaining on Air 40, and is now just a few seconds behind. Joey is closing in on No for Life, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Joey is gaining on No for Life. Rapidly, the gap shrinking by 7 seconds. Roberto has made a strong move, overtaking 3 cars, and now in 23rd place. Rizaldi Adha is closing the distance to Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Wayne the Train has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Sean Dion 101 has also gained 1 position, and is now in 6th. Lian Yeshin and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 26th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Marty Tvu, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Joey is also making progress on NG for Life, reducing the distance by 3.3 seconds. Lian Yeshin and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 26th place. Centauri Prime is gaining rapidly on Hugger 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is catching up to Sean Dion 101, closing the distance steadily. Joey is also making progress on None for Life, inching closer with each lap. Wayne the Train is gaining on Katishuk, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is catching up to Sean Dion 101 quickly. Target 3 is narrowing the distance to Air 40 steadily. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Marty Tvu, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy is catching up to Sean Dion 101, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Joey is rapidly approaching No for Life, reducing the gap by 3 seconds. Ascais the French Stars is making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 20th place. Michael Schumacher is closing the gap on Marty Tvu, reducing it by almost 3 seconds. Amy is climbing up the field, moving into 6th place. Hegrid 3 advances to 8th place. Centauri Prime is gaining on Air 40, cutting the gap by a second. Lane Yeshin and Cedric are locked in a close fight for 26th place. Michael Schumacher is now just a few seconds behind Marty Tvu. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher as well. I am closing in on Wayne the Train, getting closer with every lap. Joey is rapidly catching No for Life and closing the gap by 7 seconds. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train, cutting the distance by just over a second. Hugger 3 is also making progress on Sean Dion 101, reducing the gap by 2 seconds. Herjay is gaining on Sean Dion, 101, closing the distance significantly. Centauri Prime is catching up to Air 40 at a steady pace. Nuts is closing in quickly on SO6, reducing the gap by over 2 seconds. Joey is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Ask Heis for French Stars is closing in on Kamikaze 38, reducing the distance by just over 5 seconds. Centauri Prime is making a move on Air 40, closing in by about 1.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train and is now just a few seconds behind. Herd 3 is catching up to Sean Dion 101 quickly. The gap is shrinking fast. Centauri Prime is closing in on Air 40 with a strong push. The distance is narrowing significantly. Herd 3 is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the distance quickly. Centauri Prime is catching up to Air 40, getting closer with each lap. Joey is making a move on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap steadily. Wayne the Train is gaining on Kazishuk and is now just a few seconds behind. Centauri Prime is narrowing the gap to Air 40, getting closer with every lap. Joey is making a strong push and is now within striking distance of Scuderia Veloce. Centauri Prime is gaining on Air 40, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Joey is catching up to Scuderia Veloce, reducing the distance by 24 seconds. Robardo has moved up one spot to take 24th place. Martift Wu is leading the race in the 2014 Lamborghini Asturion. They have the fastest lap so far at 1 minute, 54.36 seconds, and are maintaining a strong pace. Amy is now in 5th place. Sean Dion 101 has moved into 6th. Hurgard 3 is in 7th. The race is heating up. Hurgard 3 has moved up to 6th place. Sean Dion 101 and Hurgard 3 are battling closely for 6th. Joey is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, cutting the gap by 4 seconds. Ezer 6 has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Joey is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Satrek has gained 2 positions to reach 24th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Martifti, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Joey is closing in on Scuderia Veloce and has cut the gap by 3.8 seconds. The track's tight corners and long straights are favoring cars with good acceleration and handling, like the Lamborghini Asturion. and Lexus LFA, the slower vintage and retro cars, are struggling to keep pace. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Kazushuk, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Nuts is gaining on Wayne the train. The gap is shrinking steadily. Joey is closing in on Scuderia Veloce. The distance between them is decreasing quickly. KB Langstrom's car is a 1994 Toyota Celica GT4. They are currently in 18th place and have a fastest lap time of 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they are not in the top positions yet. Joey is gaining fast on Scuderia Veloce and closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is catching up to Kazushuk, now just a couple of seconds behind. Centauri Prime has moved up one spot and is now in 8th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Martif 2, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Kazushuk is catching up to Rizaldi Adha, reducing the distance by 1/30 seconds. Izutix is approaching Air 40, narrowing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Amy is catching up to Kazushuk, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Izutix is closing in on Air 40, reducing the gap by a little over 2 seconds. Amy is now just behind Kazushuk, closing the gap to less than a second. Izutix is gaining on Air 40, getting closer with every lap. Bunty, Wayne the train is right behind Izutix, ready to make a move soon. Michael Schumacher is now just a few seconds behind Martif 2, and looks set to make a move soon. Amy is gaining on Kazushuk, closing the distance steadily. Wayne the train is rapidly approaching Izutix, and a pass could happen in the next few laps. Air 40 has moved up to 8th place. Centauri Prime and Air 40 are battling closely for that position. Wayne the train is catching Izutix quickly, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hyundai 101 is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Izutix is closing in on Centauri Prime quickly. Citric has moved up one spot and is now in 19th place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, now just a few seconds behind. Hard 3 is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap to less than 2 seconds. Ezra 6 is catching up to Centauri Prime, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Wayne the train is gaining on Ezra 6, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Joey is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, also reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Amy is now just half a second behind Khadisha. Centauri Prime has moved up to 8th place. Wayne the train is gaining on Ezra 6, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Wayne the train is gaining on Ezra 6, and is now just a few seconds behind. Joey is also closing in on Scuderia Veloce, getting closer with every lap. Welcome back, Green Apple in it. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Stay tuned and enjoy the stream. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Sean Dion 101 is catching up to Huggard 3, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Ezra 6 is approaching Air 40, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Katsushuk is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Amy is catching up to Katsushuk, reducing the distance by 1.9 seconds. Wayne the train has moved up 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Amy is now just behind Katsushuk and gaining quickly. Sean Dion 101 is catching up to Hugger 3. Centauri Prime is closing the distance to Sean Dion 101. Joey is rapidly catching up to Scuderia Veloce, the gap shrinking by 5.7 seconds. Centauri Prime is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Wayne the train is making a move on Air 40, reducing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Amy is now just behind Kazushuk. The gap is shrinking fast. Centauri Prime is gaining on Shandion 101, closing in quickly. Joey is catching up to Scuderia Veloce. The distance is narrowing. Nuts is gaining on Ezra 6, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Joey is catching up to Scuderia Veloce, the gap shrinking steadily. Lian Yashin and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 26th place, with no clear leader yet. Centauri Prime is gaining on Shandion 101, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Wayne the train is closing in on 40, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lian Yashin and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 26th place. Joey is rapidly catching up to Scuderia Veloce, the gap shrinking by over 10 seconds. Air 48 has moved up 1 place to 8th. Nuts is closing in on SR6, cutting the distance by 2.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on Kazishuk and is now just a second behind. Wayne the Train is closing the gap to Centauri Prime, now only 4 seconds apart. Kamikaze 38 has moved up to the 19th position. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher with a 1.3 second gap. Centauri Prime is closing in on Air 40, now just 1.6 seconds behind. SR6 is catching Wayne the Train, reducing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, now just a few seconds behind. Red 3 is closing the distance to Amy, now only a little or a second apart. Air 40 is catching up to Chandon 101, reducing the gap significantly. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Martif 2, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is also closing in on Michael Schumacher, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Michael Schumacher is now just behind Martif 2, closing the gap to less than a second. Amy is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the distance by almost 2 seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Centauri Prime, reducing the gap to 2 seconds as well. Hugger 3 is gaining on Kazishuk, now just 5.6 seconds behind. Nuts is closing in on SR6, cutting the gap to 1.9 seconds. Lian Yeshen and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for the 26th position. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, now just over 3 seconds behind. Kazishuk is catching up to Amy, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Hugger 3 is also making progress, now less than 3 seconds behind Kazishuk. Max Verstappen is in 6th place, driving a 1998 Aston Martin Vantage for the 600. His fastest lap is 2 minutes and 2 seconds. The race for him seems steady but not quite at the front. Air 40 is gaining on Sean Dion 101, and now just a second behind. Centauri Prime is also closing in on Air 40, now within a second. Move for Life is catching up to Scuderia Veloce, and the gap is down to less than 2 seconds. Centauri Prime is closing in on Air 40, cutting the gap by 1 second. Nuts has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Kid Kreis is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position soon. Air 40 is driving a 2012 Aston Martin DBS. They are currently in 8th place, but are quite a bit behind the leaders, with their fastest lap at 2 minutes and 2.683 seconds. Their race seems to be challenging with a slower lap time compared to the front runners. Centauri Prime is now just a few seconds behind Air 40. Wayne the Train is gaining on Centauri Prime, closing the distance quickly. The vintage streetcars are slower overall, making the race more about driver skill and overtaking. Modern streetcars dominate the top positions with faster lap times. The vintage cars are mostly farther back, showing the speed gap. Centauri Prime is gaining on Air 40, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Centauri Prime, now within a second and a half. Joey is also closing in on Ezra 6, both racers reducing their gaps by the same amount. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Marty Ftfu, now just a few seconds behind. Amy is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by a good margin. Katsushuk is catching up to Amy, now only 1.2 seconds behind. Amy is gaining on Rizaldi Adha. The gap is now less than 3 seconds. Hurd 3 is catching up to Katsushuk. The distance is shrinking. Chandeon 1 is closing in on Hug 3. The gap is narrowing. Hug 3 is gaining on Katsushuk quickly, closing the gap to just over a second. Wayne the Train is also making a move, closing in on Centauri Prime by nearly 2 seconds. Huggard 3 is gaining on Katsushuk, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Chandion 101 is catching up to Huggard 3, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Centauri Prime has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Katsushuk has moved up to 4th place. Isa6 is gaining on Air 40, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Lee and Yashin and Bobardo are battling closely for 26th place. Marty Ftfu is holding a solid lead with a comfortable gap over Michael Schumacher. Kaiser French Stars is currently in 10th place, quite a bit behind, so the race looks like it's favoring Marty Ftfu at this point. is now just a few seconds behind Kazushuk and looks ready to make a move. Shondayon 101 is gaining on Hug 3, and the gap is shrinking steadily. Wayne the Train is closing in on Centauri Prime, and could be challenging for position soon. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, now just a few seconds behind. Centauri Prime is closing the distance to Shondayon 101, getting closer. Air 40 is catching up to Nuts, narrowing the gap steadily. Michael Schumacher is now in first place. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to second. Bobado has advanced to 23rd. Kid Kreis is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position soon. Rezald Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, now just under 6 seconds behind. Amy is catching up to Kazushuk, closing the gap by over a second. Wayne the Train is narrowing the distance to Centauri Prime, now just 2 seconds apart. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Isatix is also closing in on Air 40, reducing the gap by 1 second. Wayne the Train is driving a 2006 Lamborghini Murcielago Dota. He's currently in 10th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute 55 seconds. His race looks steady so far. Maya is driving a 2019 SSC Tuatara and is currently in the 18th place. Her fastest lap is 2 minutes and 1.296 seconds. It looks like she's trying to catch up but hasn't made any overtakes yet. Amy and Kazushuk are battling closely for 4th place. Centauri Prime is gaining on Shondayon 101, cutting the gap by over a second. Nuts is catching Wayne the Train quickly, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Amy is now in 4th place. Hugger 3 is gaining on Kazushuk and has cut the gap by 3 seconds. Joey's driving a 2012 Lotus Exige S. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap time of 2 minutes and 0.897 seconds. F40 is gaining on Nuts, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Inkle McCringleberry has moved up one place to 23rd. Gertie. Centauri Prime is in 8th place driving a 2012 Mercedes-Benz C63. At LMG, their fastest lap is 1 minute 59.151 seconds. The race for them seems steady, but they are slightly behind the top contenders. Hug 3 is now in 5th place. Centauri Prime is gaining on Sean Dion, 101, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Joey is also catching Ezra 6, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Centauri Prime is gaining on Kazishuk, closing the gap by 14.6 seconds. Chandion, 101 has moved up one spot to 6th place. Wayne the train is closing in on Centauri Prime, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Centauri Prime is catching up to Kazishuk and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne the train is gaining on Centauri Prime, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Air 40 is making a move on Nuts, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Hugger 3 is gaining on Amy, and is now just a few seconds behind. Centauri Prime is closing the gap on Kazishuk quickly. Air 40 has moved up to 10th place, climbing one spot. Hugger 3 is right behind Amy, now closing the gap quickly. Wayne the train is gaining on Centauri Prime, closing in steadily. Hug 3 is gaining on Amy quickly, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Centauri Prime has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Kazishuk and Centauri Prime are battling closely for 7th place. Wayne the train is driving a 2006 Lamborghini Murcielago. He's currently in 10th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 55.401 seconds. His race looks steady so far. Hugger 3 is now just a few seconds behind Amy, and looks like they're gaining fast. Ezra 6 is closing in on Nuts, and the gap is shrinking steadily. Kid Christ is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position soon. Bobardo is driving a 2019 SSC Tuatara. Their race seems to be struggling, as they haven't set a valid lap time, and are currently in the last position. The track seems to favor the modern street cars with quick lap times, especially the SSC Tuatera drivers. The vintage and retro cars are lagging behind, likely due to the track's demands for speed and handling. SR6 is gaining on Nuts, now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is catching up to Kazishuk, closing the distance steadily. Nuts is also closing in on Air 40, making the fight for position even tighter. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Bobardo has moved up one spot to take 24th place. Hugger 3 is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Bobardo has moved up one spot to take 23rd place. Kingle McCringleberry has also moved up one spot to 24th place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Nuts is closing in on Air 40, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to take the 23rd position. Wayne the Train is gaining on Kazishuk, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Nuts is catching Air 40, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Kid Kreis has moved up one spot to take 23rd place. Sean Dion 101 is gaining on Herd 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Ezra 6 is catching up to Nuts, and Joey is closing in on Ezra 6. Bobardo is now in 23rd place. Hingle McCringleberry has also moved up one spot, and is now in 24th place. Martif Fu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha. The gap is shrinking quickly. Hugger 3 is closing in on Amy, getting closer by 1.7 seconds. Izza 6 is catching up to Nuts, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Tideria Veloz is catching up to Joey, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bobardo has moved up one spot to take 23rd place. Hugger 3 is gaining on me, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Kazishuk quickly, just over a second behind. Nuts is making a move on Air 40, closing the gap by about 1.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 6.6 seconds. Marty Twu is catching Rizaldi Adha, reducing the gap by 5 seconds. Wayne the Train has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Lian Yashin is driving a 2019 SSC Quaterra. Now, she is currently in the last place and hasn't recorded a valid lap time yet. Centauri Prime is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Nuts! And F40 are battling closely for 10th place. Kid Kreis is climbing up 2 spots to 21st. Katsushuk is gaining fast on Wayne the Train, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Nuts has moved up 1 spot into 10th place. Kainen is gaining on Amy and is now just a few seconds behind. Sean Dion 101 is rapidly closing the distance on Hooker 3. Kazushuk is making a move, and is now within striking distance of Wayne the Train. Rizaldia Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Power 3 is also closing in on me, reducing the distance by the same amount. Martif Wu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy is catching up to Martif Wu, now less than a second behind. Wayne the Train is closing in on Centauri Prime, the gap now under 1.5 seconds. Martif Wu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha and closing the gap. Hugger 3 is catching up to Amy and reducing the distance. Centauri Prime is closing in on Sean Dion 1 and making progress. Centauri Prime is driving a 2012 Mercedes-Benz C63 AMG. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute 59 seconds. The race seems steady for them so far. Martif 2 is gaining on Rizaldia Adha, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Ezra 6 is catching up to Joey, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Martif Wu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha. The gap is shrinking by 1.1 seconds. Ezra 6 is also closing in on Joey, reducing that distance by 1.1 seconds. Kid Kreis is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard and could be a threat for a top finish soon. Katsushuk is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Isa 6 is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 2.8 seconds. Katishuk is driving a 2010 Chevrolet Corvette C6 Grand Sport. They are currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute 58 seconds and 66 milliseconds. Shandion 101 is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Eza6 is also closing in on Joey, getting closer with every lap. Joey is driving a 2012 Lotus Exige S. He's currently in 8th place and has a fastest lap time of 2:0.897. The race seems to be quite competitive with Joey holding a solid position. New For Life is driving a 1997 Audi S4 Tour. They are currently in the 15th place, and their fastest lap is 2 minutes, 17.885 seconds. The race for them seems to be challenging, with a slower pace compared to the leaders. Kid Cries is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position soon. Max Verstappen is in the 21st position, driving a 1998 Aston Martin Vantage VIF 600. His fastest lap is 2 minutes and 2 seconds. He seems to be struggling a bit compared to the leaders. Cydric is driving a 2019 SSE Tuatara and is currently in 3rd place. They have a fast lap of 1:51.316, which is quite competitive. The race for them looks strong so far. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Joey is catching up to Air 40 quickly, now only a short distance behind. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on No For Life, making a strong push. Hugger 3 is gaining on Amy and the gap is shrinking fast. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on No For Life, and the distance is decreasing. Shandion 101 is catching up to Hugger 3, and the gap is narrowing. Nuts is rapidly catching Kazashuk, the gap shrinking by 8.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Wayne the Train is closing in on Centauri Prime, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Joey is gaining on Air 40, and is now just a few seconds behind. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Michael Schumacher, and the gap is shrinking fast. Shantaeon 101 is catching up to Hug 3, and the distance is narrowing steadily. Kid Cries is in 11th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard, and could be a threat for higher positions soon. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on No For Life, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kid Cries has moved up one spot to 21st place. The track at Donington Park is favoring the modern streetcars with quick lap times, especially the SSE Tour Terra drivers. The vintage and retro cars are struggling to keep pace, likely due to the track's demands on handling and speed. Rizaldi Adha is driving a 2014 Lamborghini Asturion. They started in the 13th position and are currently in second place, close behind Michael Schumacher. Their fastest lap is 1:55.751. It looks like they're making a strong push through the field. Joey is driving a Lotus Exige S from 2012. They are currently in the 8th place and their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes. The race seems to be quite competitive for Joey. Mark Hiftwu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the distance to just a few car lengths. Wayne the Train is catching up to Centauri Prime, the gap shrinking steadily. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Novo Life, making a strong push to overtake. Kid Kreis is making a strong move now in 21st place. Mark Hiftwu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Wayne the Train is also closing in on Centauri Prime, cutting the distance by 3 seconds. Air 40 has gained 1 position to reach 10th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing the gap on Nomi for Life, cutting it down by 230 seconds. Hiftwu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Heather 3 is now within 1 second of Amy, the Wall. Sean Dion 101 is catching up to Yogurt 3, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Sean Dion 101 is gaining on Hugger 3, and the gap is shrinking fast. Nuts is closing in on Air 40 and the distance between them is getting smaller. Nuts is gaining on Air 40 and is now just a few seconds behind. Joey is also closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is driving a vintage 1964 Aston Martin DB5 Vantage. Dock, Adisthun, Estuggesegtes, Tenets, Daptoseneting. They are currently in 25th place and have a slowest lap time of over 2 minutes. The race for them seems challenging with a lot of slower laps compared to modern cars. Hood 3 is gaining on Amy and closing the gap quickly. Nuts is also making a move on Air 40, closing in steadily. Sean Dion 101 is gaining on Hood 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Nuts is catching Air 40 quickly, now only 3 seconds behind. Joey is closing in on Nuts, reducing the distance between them. Martiftu is closing in on Rizaldi Adha. The gap is now just under 2 seconds. Ray is gaining on Amy, closing the distance by over a second. Wayne the Train has moved up 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Rizaldia Ada is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Mariftu is catching up to Rizaldia Ada quickly now. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Werfer Life, getting closer with every lap. Leanne Yashin is driving a 2019 SS C Tuatera, currently in the last place. Her race seems to be struggling, as she hasn't posted a valid lap time yet. Wayne the Train is now just behind Sean D01, closing the gap to less than a second. Joey is gaining on Nuts, the distance shrinking quickly. Kid Price is catching up to Maya, the gap getting smaller as they race. Wayne the Train is gaining on Shandy on 101, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is moving up 1 spot to take 25th place. Nuts and Air 40 are battling closely for the 10th position. Joey is gaining on Nuts, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wayne the Train is now in 6th place, moving up 1 spot. Ingle McCringleberry has also gained 1 position, and is now in 24th place. Rizaldiada is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Centauri Prime has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Ingle McCringleberry has also moved up 1 spot to take 23rd place. Target 3 is gaining on Amy, and is now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is also closing in quickly on Huggett 3. Nuts has moved up to 10th place. Deplorable is driving a 2019 SSE Chiwetere and is currently in the 26th position. Their fastest lap is 1 minute, 51.084 seconds, which is quite competitive. The race seems to be challenging for them, but they are still pushing hard. Joey is gaining on Air 40, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is catching up to Nova Life, reducing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. Wayne the Train is gaining on Huggett 3, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Centauri Prime is catching up to Wayne the Train, reducing the distance by 1 second. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Joey is gaining on Air 40 and has cut the gap by 3 seconds. Deplorably Apple has moved up 2 spots and is now in 24th place. The track at Donington Park seems to favor high-speed cars like the SSC Tuatara, as seen with the top 3 positions. The tight corners and technical sections are challenging for slower cars, causing some gaps and overtaking opportunities. Martift Wu is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Wayne the Train is narrowing the distance to Hug 3. Joey is making a move on Air 40, cutting the gap significantly. Joey is gaining on Air 40 and is now just a few seconds behind. Pippi Langstrom is catching up to Nebu for Life, and the gap is shrinking steadily. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hugger 3, closing the gap to less than a second. Joey is catching a 40 quickly, now just a few car lengths behind. Kid Kreis is closing in on Maya, the distance between them shrinking steadily. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Hug 3 quickly. Nuts is narrowing the distance to Kazushuk, making it a tight battle for those positions. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Michael Schumacher, now just a few car lengths behind. Nuts is closing in on Kazushuk, the gap is shrinking steadily. Joey is catching their 40 quickly. The distance between them is narrowing. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hugger 3, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Lian Yashin is climbing 2 spots and is now in 25th place. Joey is gaining on Air 40 and is now just a few seconds behind. Maya is also closing in on Kamikaze 38, getting closer with each lap. Joey is gaining on Air 40, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 21st place. Deplorably Apple is moving up to 22nd place. Kid Kreis is driving a 2019 SSC Tuatara Data. They are currently in 5th place, and have the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute and 47 seconds. Joey is gaining fast on Air 40, cutting the distance by 5.4 seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Hugger 3, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Looks like someone's really feeling the Erasi vibes today. I love how the chat gets lively, makes watching these races even more fun. Anyone got a favorite car or driver so far? Congratulations to Michael Schumacher on the fantastic race win. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Michael Schumacher on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. And a big shout out to Kid Kreis for the fastest lap. You can claim the 2019 SSC Tuatera, a really sleek modern street car. Also, well done to Martif too for winning the bet race. You get to claim the 2014 Lamborghini Asterion, another impressive modern street car. Great race everyone, this was so exciting to watch. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Lakeside Park has a variety of tight corners and sharp turns, so a car that can navigate those swiftly and maintain grip will perform best. Acceleration and braking are also important to quickly get out of corners and into straightaways. But overall, being able to stay composed through the twists and turns is key. Hey everyone! Just a quick tip on how you can support the stream without spending a single penny. The easiest way is to tell your friends or share the stream link with others. The more people know about it, the more fun we can all have watching these crazy AI cars race against each other. Thanks so much for hanging out and supporting in any way you can. Welcome back, Stoves. Great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some awesome AI racing with us. Welcome back, Hofnugel. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Hey, everyone! Just a quick heads up, every car you see in the simulator has their physics modeled to match real life as closely as possible. That means how they handle, their acceleration, and even their grip on the road are all designed to be as realistic as they can be. So, choosing the right car can really boost your chances of winning. Keep an eye on which cars seem to be handling the best, and maybe pick your favorite based on that. Let's see which vehicle has the edge today. Hey Goldstein, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Sit back and enjoy the action. Hey everyone! If you want to see what cars you have locked in, just type !car in the chat. It'll show you your current selections. Give it a try and let me know what cars you're racing today. Hey, I Rafael. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening, so sit back and enjoy the show. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that there's not much time left to pick your car. Make sure to get your votes in before it's too late. We want to see which car takes the lead. Hey, Jambo. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hey, Jazz. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Wow, that's quite the matchup. The Hug 3 with Maya driving the 1992 Cesetta Mortar for 16T is definitely a unique choice. It's a rare and interesting car, and I bet Maya knows how to handle it well. On the other hand, ask the French stars with the 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1 is a classic choice with that legendary Ferrari performance. I think the Ferrari might have the edge in speed and handling, given its reputation and design. But the Cesetta's unconventional engine and unique build could surprise us. Overall, I'm leaning toward the Ferrari F355 for the win, but it will be exciting to see how Maya manages that rare car. Welcome back, Macaronans. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races. Great to see everyone support us. The race just kicked off at Lakeside Park, and Jazz is starting in pole position, driving a classic 1987 Ford Sierra S 500 Cosworth in the Retro Supercars class. Let's see how it unfolds. Liang Yixin has taken the lead right from the start. Hofnugo is in second place, closely behind. Jazz is currently in third position, making a strong early move. Stoves is now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. AI Raphael has also moved up 3 spots to 4th. Michael Schumacher has gained 3 positions and is now in 7th. Casey Wingboy is now in 4th place, moving up 2 spots. Michael Schumacher has moved into 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Scuderia Veloce is in 7th place, also moving up 1 spot. Bobardo advances to 9th place. Azer Six and Pippi Langstrup are battling closely for 14th place. Chaos Pilot moves up to 17th place. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Scuderia Veloce and Jazz are battling closely for 6th place. Airfail and Scuderia Veloce are fighting hard for 7th place. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 6th place. Bobardo has moved up to 8th place. Bobardo and Jazz are battling closely for 7th place. Bobardo moves up 1 spot to 7th place. Airfail advances 1 spot to 8th place. Jazz and Airfail are closely battling for 8th place. Centauri Prime is storming through the field, now in 3rd place after overtaking 19 cars. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 15. Pippi Langstrup and Amy are battling closely for 15th position. Stoves has moved up to 3rd place. Casey Wingboy is now in 4th. Michael Schumacher has climbed to 5th. Amy and Pippi Langstrup are battling closely for the 14th place. Ezertix is advancing 1 spot to take the 16th place. New for Life is also moving up 1 spot to reach the 19th place. Goldstein is making a strong move, overtaking 24 cars to reach the lead. Hofnugo and Goldstein are now battling closely for 1st place. Amy is now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Centauri Prime is closing in on Goldstein, cutting the gap by over 11 seconds. Hofnugo has moved up to 1st place. Bobardo moves up to 8th place. Amy advances to 12th place. Pippi Langstrump moves up to 15th place. Pippi Langstrump and Jambo are battling closely for 14th place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing 2 spots to reach 13th place. Easy 6 and Jambo are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Kid Cries is advancing 1 spot to take 17th place. Amy is now in 20th place. Pippi Langstrump is in 12th place. Jazz has moved up to 13th place. Leanne Yeshin is rapidly closing the gap on Hugrid 3, now just a few seconds behind. Ezra 6 has moved up 1 place to 14. Nuts has also gained 1 position, now in 23rd. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Ingle McCringleberry is making a strong move, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Howard 3 is closing the gap on Sean Dion, 101 rapidly, cutting it down by over 5 seconds. Leanne Yeshin is also gaining on Hugger 3, reducing the distance between them by nearly 6 seconds. Kid Cries is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Askeister French Stars is also on the move, now in 18th place with 3 cars overtaken. New Move for Life is making a push, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is now in 14th place after overtaking 12 cars. Nuts and Chaos Pilot are battling closely for 21st place. Lian Yashin has moved up one spot to 23rd. Kid Cries is now in 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into 15th place. Rizaldi Adha is now in 16th place. Bobardo and Casey Wingboy are battling closely for 6th place. Mergolstein is gaining on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Tidaria Veloz has moved up one spot to take 25th. Bobardo has moved up one spot and is now in 6th place. Casey Wingboy and Bobardo are battling closely for 6th position. Pippi Langström and Max Verstappen are also in a tight fight for 9th place. Airfail has moved up to 4th place. Bobardo is now in 5th. Casey Wingboy has climbed to 6th. Max Verstappen is now in 9th place. Ezesix has moved up to 10th. Jambo is in 11th. The race is heating up with these moves. Kid Cries is gaining on Pippi Langström, closing the gap by 5.2 seconds. Amy is catching up to Centauri Prime, reducing the distance by 8.6 seconds. Rosalia Ada and Kid Cries are battling closely for the 14th place. RFA is advancing to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is climbing to 19th place. Kid Cries is now in 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry is close behind in 15th place. They are battling closely for the 14th spot. Askeister French Stars is advancing to 14th place. Lian Yashin is climbing to 17th place. Chaos Pilot is moving up to 20th place. Jazz is gaining fast on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 6.7 seconds. Hugger 3 and Nuts are fighting closely for 22nd place. Nuts is now in 21st place. Tidaria Veloz is right behind, both racers fighting closely for that position. I. Raphael is gaining on Stoves, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langström is closing in on Ibe, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Askeister French Stars and Kid Cries are battling closely for the 14th place. Chaos Pilot has moved up one spot to take the 18th place. Jazz and Chaos Pilot are now battling closely for 18th position. New for Life is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Sean Dayon 101 has moved up one spot to take 23rd place. Casey Wingboy has moved up one spot to 5th place. Merkstein has also gained one position, now in 6th. Jambo has advanced one place to 10th. Esostix moves up one spot to 10th place. Pippi Langstrump and Nyby are battling closely for 12th place. Hua Dai is closing in on Sean Dion, 101, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Rafael is gaining on Stokes, closing the gap by just over a second. Casey Wingboy has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Kid Kreis is closing in on Pippi Langstrump, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is now in 11th place. Amy is gaining on Centauri Prime, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Nuts. Centauri Prime is catching up to Hud 3 quickly. Max Verstappen is in the 10th place, driving a 1983 Porsche 911-930 Turbo. His fastest lap is 1 minute, 6 seconds, and 486 milliseconds. It looks like he's trying to catch up but is a bit behind the leaders. Kid Kreis is driving a 1993 Porsche 911-964 Turbo. They are currently in 15th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:6.18. Their race looks steady so far. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Rafael, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Pippi Langstrump and Jambo are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Askais the French Stars, cutting the distance by over a second. Pippi Langstrump has moved up to 11th place. Pippi Langstrump and Esostix are battling closely for 10th place. Kid Kreis is closing the gap on Nyby, reducing it by 1.7 seconds. Hofnugo is closing in on Casey Wingboy, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is moving up one spot to take 15th place. Poetry and Nuts are battling closely for 21st position. Centauri Prime is closing in on Jazz rapidly, cutting the gap by 11.4 seconds. AFFA has moved up one spot to take 2nd place. Mergolstein has also gained one position, now in 5th. Hofnugo is having a tough time, and is now in 21st place. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Stoves, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bobardo has moved up one spot to 7th place. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Stoves, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Scuderia Veloce and New for Life are battling closely for the 18th position. Hogurt 3 has moved up one spot to take 20th place. Amy is gaining rapidly on Centauri Prime, now just a few seconds behind. Casey Wingboy is closing the distance to Stoves, now only 1.6 seconds apart. Naiba has moved up one position to 11. Naibe is falling back to 21st place. Casey Wingboy is closing in on Stoves, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Yambo is moving up to 11th place. I Rafael is now in 1st place. Casey Wingboy has moved up to 3rd. Mergolstein is in 4th. The race is heating up. Michael Schumacher has moved up to 5th place. Bobato is now in 6th. Liam Yashin is closing in on Ascais the French stars, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Stoves has dropped back to 15th place. Max Verstappen has moved up to 7th place. Iso6 has gained 1 position and is now in 8th place. Hey Sam Turret, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. We're watching some exciting AI car races today, so I hope you're ready for some fun. Stoves is dropping back to 21st place. Liam Yashin is gaining on Ascais the French stars, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Chaos Pilot has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Nuts is driving a 1984 Audi Sport Quattro. Their race seems challenging with the slowest lap time of 1 minute 7 seconds. Chaos Pilot is gaining on Lian Yoshin, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Centauri Prime has moved up 1 spot to 21st place. Amy is also climbing 1 spot to 22nd place. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Pippi Langstrump, closing the gap by 5.2 seconds. Chaos Pilot has moved up 3 places to 12. Scuderia Veloce has also gained 3 positions, now in 13. Ascais French Stars is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry. The gap is shrinking fast. New for Life is moving up 1 spot to 16th place. Sean Dion 101 is also climbing 1 spot to 19th place. Nuts is now in 15th place. Sean Dion and 1 has moved into 16th place. Lian Yashin is now in 18th place. Scuderia Veloce is now in 11th place. Neighbor has moved up to 21st place. Hugger 3 is leading as Kais the French stars by about half a second. Hug 3 has the fastest lap of the race so far, so he's looking strong. As Kais the French stars is close behind, and could challenge if they keep up the pace. Jazz is driving a 1987 Ford Sierra RS 500 Cosworth. They are currently in the lead, but their lap time is significantly slower than others, indicating they might be conserving or facing some challenges. Max Verstappen is gaining on Bobardo. The gap is now smaller by 6.1 seconds. Hugger 3 has made a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Isa 6 is closing in on Max Verstappen, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 11th place. Hugger 3 is right behind, battling for that spot. Move for Life has advanced to 14th place. Hugger 3 is now in 10th place. The battle between Scuderia Veloce and Hugger 3 for 11th is heating up. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1992 Cizeta Mortada Fly 16 team. They are currently in 11th place and have the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute, 4 seconds and 16 milliseconds. Leon Yasishin is in 18th place with the fastest lap. He's pushing hard, but needs to improve his position. Welcome back, World Sufin. Great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Aerofoil, closing the gap to just under 1.5 seconds. Bobardo is also closing in on Michael Schumacher now, just over a second behind. Hugger 3 and Scuderia Veloce are battling closely for 11th place. Max Verstappen is gaining on Bobardo, closing the gap to just over a second. Lian Yashin is also making a move, closing in on Jambo with a 1.6 second difference. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Airfail and is now just a few seconds behind. Bobardo is narrowing the distance to Michael Schumacher. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, and the gap is getting smaller. And Woo for Life is driving a 1994 Nissan 300 ZDX. They are currently in the 14th place, and their fastest lap is 1 minute 6.221 seconds. The race seems steady for them so far. Bobardo is now just a few seconds behind Michael Schumacher. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Pippi Langstrom and closing the distance. Carlos Pilot is catching up to Hug 3 steadily. Nuts is driving an Audi Sport Quattro from 1984. They are currently in the 22nd place, and their fastest lap is 1:73.64. The race looks competitive with a lot of close times. Pippi Langstrom is making a strong push and has overtaken 5 cars to reach the 4th place. Ayarfeld is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Casey Wingboy has also moved up 1 spot to secure 2nd place. Pippi Langstrom is dropping back to 14th place. Mr. Goldstein is climbing to 4th place. Michael Schumacher is advancing to 5th place. Mr. Goldstein is closing in on Ayarfeld rapidly, cutting the gap by 8.7 seconds. John Dion on 101 is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, reducing the distance by 18.1 seconds. Casey Wingboy has moved up 1 spot to take the lead in 1st place. Acer 6 is really on the move, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jumbo is also making progress, moving up to 14th after passing 3 cars. Amy is in the thick of the action, moving up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Hofnugo is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ezechix has fallen back to 14th place. Jambo is now in 22nd position. Magolstein has moved up to 4th place. Michael Schumacher is driving a 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1 Bordeaux. He is currently in 7th place and has a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 5 seconds and 454 milliseconds. Gitini. His race seems steady, but he's slightly behind the leaders. Robardo is now just a second behind Magolstein. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap to 1.5 seconds. Hippie Langstrump is catching up to Werfer Life, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong move, now in 5th place. Magolstein has dropped back to 12th. Michael Schumacher has also fallen to 14th. Max Verstappen is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Magolstein has moved up to 11th place. Ezechix is now in 12th place. Carlos Pilot is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 6th place. Michael Schumacher has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Amy is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 14. New for Life has moved up to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Magolstein is now in 8th place, also gaining 3 positions. Carlos Pilot is closing in on Irafa cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. Michael Schumacher is now in 13th place. Amy has moved up to 14th place. As Keister French Stars is also climbing and is now 15. Amy is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hugger 3 is also catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up one position to 11th place. Raphael is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to McGolstein, getting closer with every lap. Hugger 3 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, making a move possible soon. Mr. Goldstein is closing in on Move for Life and has cut the gap by over a second. Amy and Keister French Stars are battling closely for the 13th position. Centauri Prime has moved up one spot to take the 17th place. Bobardo is now just a second behind Casey Wingboy. McGolstein has moved up to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry has also gained a position and is now 8th. Bobardo is now just behind Casey Wingboy, closing the gap to less than 2 seconds. Raphael is gaining on Max Verstappen, cutting the distance by over 3 seconds. Carlos Pilot is catching up to Raphael, reducing the gap by a little over 1 second. Bobardo is now just a few seconds behind Casey Wingboy. Raphael has moved up to 4th place. Yontini, Kaisolande, and Pontissuria, was he the codes whole seconds. Carlos Pilot is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap by 5.2 seconds. Michael Schumacher is also closing in on Hugger 3, reducing the gap by 6.1 seconds. Casey Wingboy has moved up one position to take the lead. Ingo McCringleberry is now in 15th place and seems to be having a tough time. Rafael is gaining on Gobardo, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Chaos Pilot is closing in on Max Verstappen, reducing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Amy is currently in 8th place with her 1992 Cizeta Mortar V16T. She's maintaining a solid pace with a fastest lap of 4.209. The race looks competitive, and she's staying close to the top 5. Rafael is climbing to 3rd place. Nuts is gaining on Centauri Prime, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Max Verstappen has moved up to 4th place. Chaos Pilot is now in 5th place. Hyundai 101 is closing in on Nuts, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Max Verstappen is gaining fast on Rafael, now just 740 seconds behind. Park 3 is closing in on Magolstein, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Jambo has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Rafael is now in 2nd place. Max Verstappen has moved up to 3rd. Amy is closing the gap on Askheist to French Stars, reducing it by 1.3 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Ingo Kringleberry is catching up to New for Life, also reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amy is now in 21st place. Rafael has moved up to 1st place. Max Verstappen is gaining on Casey Wingboy, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Lian Yashin is currently in the 22nd position, driving a Saito Morita V16T. She is close behind Amy and has a fast lap of 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 6400. Her race looks competitive as she is near the top, and trying to move up. Gobardo is now in 5th place. Magolstein has moved into 6th place. Michael Schumacher is climbing into 7th place. Chaos Pilot is driving a 1984 Ford RS200 Dot. They are currently in the 13th place, and their fastest lap is 1 minute, 5.228 seconds. The race seems competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. ISO6 is now just behind Hug 3. Scuderia Veloce is catching up to Ascais the French stars, Sean Dion. And one is closing the distance to Nonstop. Naiba is now in 14th place. Centauri Prime has moved into 15th. Yambo is now in 16th position. Michael Schumacher is driving a 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1.0. He is currently in 8th place and has the fastest lap time of 5.134. His race seems steady, but he is a few positions behind the leaders. ISO6 is now just behind Hugget 3, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Ascais the French stars is gaining on ISO6, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Yambo has moved up one spot to take 15th place. Lian Yashin is gaining on Shondion 101, and the gap is shrinking fast. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Mogolstein, and the distance is narrowing steadily. Chaos Pilot is catching up to Scuderia Veloce, and the gap is decreasing. Lian Yashin is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position soon. Mr. Goldstein is gaining on Barbardo, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Chaos Pilot is catching up to Scuderia Veloce, the gap shrinking steadily. Lian Yashin is closing in on Shondion 101, looking to make a move soon. Mogolstein is rapidly catching Barbardo, closing the gap by 6.30 seconds. Casey Wingboy is closing in on an Aerofail, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Hugger 3 has moved up one position to take 7th place. Howard 3 and Mogolstein are now battling closely for 6th place. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Alarfail, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mogolstein is catching up to Babardo, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up one place to 7th. Lian Yeshin is in the top 20 and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for higher positions later. Kissy Wingboy is gaining on Irarafale, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Izu6 has moved up one spot to 8th place. As Kaiste French Stars is closing in on Hug 3, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Lian Yeshin is rapidly catching up to Shondayon 101. The gap is shrinking fast. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on Hofnuga with a 5-second gain. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Mergolstein, just 1.7 seconds behind now. Max Verstappen is now in 3rd place. Bobardo has moved up to 4th. Mergolstein is in 5th now. Bobardo is gaining on Max Verstappen, now just a short distance behind. Lian Yeshin has moved up one spot to take 17th place. I am closing in on Centauri Prime, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Shondayon 101 is driving a 1990 Toyota Supra. They are currently in 18th place, and their fastest lap is nearly a minute 8 seconds. The race looks competitive with some slower lap times from others. Hugger 3 is gaining on Esser 6, closing the gap to just under a second. War for Life is catching Chaos Pilot quickly, cutting the distance by over a second. Lian Yeshin has moved up one spot to 16th place. No for Life is gaining on Chaos Pilot. The gap is shrinking fast. Amy is catching up to Centauri Prime, closing the distance steadily. Michael Schumacher is now in 5th place. ESA6 has moved up to 6th. Haga 3 is in 7th. The race is heating up with some nice overtakes. Askeister French Stars is now in 8th place. Scuderia Veloce has moved into 9th place. Move for Life is getting closer to Chaos Pilot, cutting the gap by 1 second. Bobardo and Max Verstappen are battling closely for 3rd place. Chaos Pilot is climbing up to 10th place. No for Life is moving up to 11th place. Bobardo has moved up to 3rd place. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Max Verstappen, cutting the gap by 1 second. Hugfrey has moved up to 6th place. Michael Schumacher is driving a 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F130. He is currently in 6th place and has a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 5 seconds and 134 milliseconds. Askeister French Stars is gaining on ESA6, and is now just a few seconds behind. Bobardo is catching up to Casey Wingboy rapidly. Horde 3 is closing the distance to Michael Schumacher steadily. New Life has moved up to 10th place. Cospilot and New for Life are battling closely for that position. Lian Yashin is gaining on Naibe, cutting the gap by 3.2 seconds. ESA6 is gaining fast on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Purged 3 has moved up 1 place to take 5th. Scuderia Veloce has also moved up 1 spot to 8th. Bobardo is now just a second behind Casey Wingboy. Pogue 3 is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Isa 6 has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Scuderia Veloce is now just a few seconds behind Michael Schumacher. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Arafale. Isa 6 has moved up to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the gap by 1/32. Hofnugo is also making progress on Pippi Langstrom, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Peg 3 has moved up to 5th place. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Yambo is closing in on Cow's Pilot, reducing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Sean Down 101 and closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Leon Yeshi is also making progress on Centauri Prime, reducing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Puin Poyes. Pua Touré is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Jambo is catching up to Cow's Pilot quickly. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the distance to Sean Dion 101 steadily. Piglet 3 is now in 4th place. Isa 6 has moved into 5th. Michael Schumacher is in 6th. The race is heating up with some steady moves. Isa 6 is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Jambo is rapidly approaching Cow's Pilot, now within striking distance. Lian Yashin is closing in on Centauri Prime, cutting the distance down significantly. Scuderia Veloce is now just a car length behind Michael Schumacher. Jumbo is gaining on Cow's Pilot. The gap is now less than a second. Centauri Prime is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry. The distance is shrinking rapidly. Lian Yashin is in 17th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard, but still has some ground to make up. Casey Wingboy is closing in on Rafael, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Iser 6 is moving up one position to take 4th place. Ingo McCringleberry is also gaining ground, moving up one spot to reach 14th place. Casey Wingboy is closing in on Rafael, the gap shrinking by 1.9 seconds. Iser 6 has moved up one spot to take 3rd place. Hugri 3 has also gained one position, now in 4th. Casey Wingboy is gaining on Rafael, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Michael Schumacher is catching Hugri 3 quickly, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is also closing in on Michael Schumacher, reducing the gap slightly. Lian Yashin is rapidly catching Bobado, now just 30 seconds behind. Iser 6 is closing in on Casey Wingboy, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up the field, moving into 5th place. Congratulations to Rafael on winning the race. Great job and well deserved. Wow, congratulations to Oirafail for winning the race. That was a fantastic try. Well done! And big cheers to Lan Yoshin for getting the fastest lap. So she can claim the 1992 System Order 416T. Awesome job, Hulk 3. You did great too, winning the bet race and making the most overtakes. You also are in the same classic car. Great effort from everyone. Sure. A fun fact about the GT3 racing class is that these cars are built to closely resemble their street versions, but are specifically tuned for racing. This means that with just a few modifications, a car can go from a high-performance street car to a competitive race car. It's like giving everyday cars a serious upgrade to hit the track. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time left to pick your car is almost up. Make sure you choose your favorite before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the chance to see your car race. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. Matthesaurus Rex, in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, is likely going to be very agile and quick on the twists and turns of the Auto 24 ring. On the other hand, Nuts in the Bentley Continental GT3 probably has more power and a sleeker design, but it might not be as nimble. Given the track and car choices, I think Matthesaurus Rex might have the edge in handling and speed through the corners. But Nuts has that extra power for straightaways that could give him a boost. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly toward Matthesaurus Rex for a win here. What do you think? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Auto 24 ring. Wildsufin is starting on pole with a 2009 Mercedes-Benz SLS MG. Let's see how he manages to hold that lip. The race is just beginning, and the top 3 starters are adding up 44 in first place, Wildsufin in second, and Pippi Langstrumpf in third. Pippi Langstrumpf and Wildsufin are nose to tail for second place. Zugsterkat is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 6th. Nexaromovel and Zugsterkat are battling closely for 6th position. Congratulations on your win. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Adanut44 on winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Nuts for winning the bet race. You who can claim the 2018 Bentley Continental GT3. Well done. Who's excited to see what's coming up next? If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Charlotte Road Course circuit, I would go with the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. It has a good balance of power and handling, which should help it navigate the twists and turns of the circuit effectively. Plus, the Skyline GTR is known for its strong performance and reliability, making it a prime contender for winning the race. Alright everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. We're about to start the race soon. Welcome back, Ralph Lawrence. It's great to see you return to the stream. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Hope you enjoy the action. That's quite the classic showdown. The Maserati Merak is a sleek and powerful car, which should give Nuts a good advantage in terms of speed and stability. On the other hand, Todd R. Gardner's Austin Mini Cooper S is known for its agility and nimbleness, especially on a course like Charlotte Road Course with its twists and turns. If I had to guess, I'd say the Maserati might have the edge on straightaways, but the Mini Coopers could be a real challenge during the tighter corners. It's a close call, but I think the Maserati might just take the win with its raw power. What do you all think? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Charlotte Road Course, and starting on pole is Wafflengarders, in a vintage 1959 Maserati 3500G. Let's see how it performs. Wafflingot has taken the lead right from the start. I am currently in second place, and Unknown Tactics is in third. The race is heating up already. Betsma is making a strong move, now in 4th place. Jambo is climbing fast, now in 9th place. James Misk is also advancing, now in 13th place. Ihava Ixema is now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Nulavi has moved into 12th place, passing 3 cars. Naibe is in 13th place, also moving up 3 positions. Nulavi is gaining on Fishinks, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Nulavi and Fishinks are battling closely for the 11th position. Ralph Lorenz has moved up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Ralph Lorenz has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Ralph Lorenz and Fishink are battling closely for 11th place. New for Life and Teruvinen are also in a tight fight for 17th place. Congratulations to Amy on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Well done. You did an amazing job out there. And congratulations to Amy for getting the fastest lap. That 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 is a fantastic vintage car, and you totally deserve it. Also, big cheers to Nuts for winning the bet race. The 1972 Maserati Merak is an incredible vintage car, and I hope you enjoy claiming it. Thanks to everyone for tuning in and racing today. Stay tuned for more exciting races. A fun fact about the 1971 Ferrari 512M is that it was a special racing version of Ferrari's iconic 512 model, built specifically for racing to compete in the World Sports Car Championship. The M stood for Modificata, meaning it was a heavily modified version of the original 512, with improvements in aerodynamics and handling. Interestingly, only a small number of these cars were ever made, making it a rare and highly sought-after collector's item today. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at the Marina Bay Street circuit. Pippi Langstrump, driving a 1970 Porsche 917K, is starting in the front position, so keep an eye out for that classic car leading the pack. The race is just getting underway. Pippi Langstrump is leading the pack, followed by Nuts in second place and Vosteroy in third. Zufik and Vosteroy are battling closely for third place. Ingo McCringleberry and New for Life are fighting hard for fifth position. Scuderia Veloce is making a move and has climbed up to seventh place. Ingo McCringleberry is dropping back to 15th place. New for Life is climbing up to 4th place. New for Life and Vosteroy are battling closely for 3rd place. Zufik is now in 4th place, moving up one spot. New for Life and Zufik are closely fighting for 4th position. Katashuk and Scuderia Veloce are battling hard for 7th place. Scuderia Veloce is driving a 1970 Ferrari. They are currently in 8th place and haven't set their fastest lap yet. The race looks competitive with close positions around them. New for Life is currently in 6th place, driving a 1971 Porsche 917 LH. Their race seems steady with consistent lap times, and they are close behind the top 5. Maze is gaining ground, and is now in the top 10. Maya and Bufin 19 are side by side for 12th place. Lian Yishin and Maya are fighting hard for 13th place. KCB is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Move for Life is dropping back, now in 14th position. I am advancing 2 spots, and now in 9th place. Congratulations! Hippie Langstrom has done an amazing job winning the race at Marina Bay Street Circuit. ... Well done. Sure. A fun fact about the 1980s street cars racing class is that it was a time when cars started to become more powerful and specialized for racing, but they still had to maintain some of their street car features. This meant that drivers often had to balance power with reliability, making racing pretty exciting and unpredictable. It was also a period when turbocharging started to become more popular, giving cars a real boost in performance and setting the stage for modern high-speed racing. Hey everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you choose quickly so your favorite vehicle can join the race. Don't miss out on the fun. Hey Fred Gaming 59. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races today. Wow, this is a really interesting matchup. The Ferrari 288 GTO from 1984 is a classic and known for its speed and agility, especially for that era. On the other hand, the rough CTI Yellowbird from 1987 is legendary for its incredible power and handling, often called one of the best supercars of its time. Considering the car choices, I think the Yellowbird might have a slight edge because of its balance of power and maneuverability. However, that Ferrari is no slouch either and could surprise us. It's going to be a close race, but I would lean towards the rough Yellowbird to take the win today. What do you all think? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Black Cat County Short Track. Maya is on pole, driving an iconic 1187 rough CT or Yellowbird dot. It is going to be exciting to watch her lead the pack. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Maya in first place, Hippie Langstrom in second, and Nuts in third. Fred Gaming 59 is climbing fast and now in 8th place. Cirque Gaming Gate is making a move and is now in 12th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has advanced 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Amy is now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cirque Gaming Gate has also moved up 3 positions, now in 9th. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 11th after a similar move. Scuderia Veloce advances to 12th place. No for Life climbs to 14th place. New for Life and Bacorn are battling closely for 13th place. Fred Gaming 59 is holding a slight lead over Nuts for 6th place. Bacorn and Scuderia Veloce are still neck and neck for 12th place. Fred Gaming 59 has moved up to 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 10th place. Move for Life has advanced to 13th place. Fred Gaming 59 is now just under 2 seconds behind Lian Yoshin. Cirque Gaming Gate has moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Lian Yashin is now in 4th place. Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Lian are battling closely for that position. Fred Gaming 59 is closing the gap on Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Fred Gaming 59 is closing in on Lian Yoshin, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Zert Gaming Gate is now just behind Fred Gaming 59. Jambo has moved up to 11th place. Acorn is gaining on Neutralife and closing the gap. Jambo is driving a Porsche 959, which is known for its advanced technology and impressive speed for its time. They are currently in the 12th place, just behind the top 10, and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Sam Turt is driving a 1978 BMW M1.01. They are currently in the 8th place just behind the Renault 5 Turbo drivers. The race looks competitive with close positions. Hingle, McCringleberry and Nuts are battling closely for 8th place. Sam Turt is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to take 15. Bacon and Sam Turt are also in a tight fight for 15th. Fred Gaming 59 is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 3rd place. Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Fred Gaming 59 are now battling closely for 3rd position. Zert Gaming Gate is closing the gap on Lian Yoshin, reducing it by 3.2 seconds. Congratulations, Maya. Great job winning the race. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Great job. And also, a big shout out to Maya for getting the fastest lap. You get to claim the 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, which is an awesome choice. Fred Gaming 59. You did a fantastic job winning the bet race. You can claim the 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO. That's a classic. And Hingle, McCringleberry, you really showed your skills with the most overtakes. You get to claim the 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird as well. Well done to all of you. Sure. A fun fact about the 1970s slow cars racing class is that despite their modest speeds, many of these cars had a lot of character and charm. They often featured unique designs and were quite affordable, making racing accessible to more amateur enthusiasts. It was all about the fun and the thrill of racing rather than just speed, which really gave the class a friendly and spirited atmosphere. Hey everyone! The time to pick your favorite car is almost up, so make sure to get your choices in now. Don't miss out on the fun of seeing which AI-powered car will come out on top. Hurry up and cast your votes! Welcome back. It's great to see you here again. I hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Grab a snack and let's enjoy the show together. Wow, both of these cars have such classic charm. The Alfa Romeo Montreal is known for its sharp handling and sleek design, but the Maserati Kempson has a bit more power under the hood. Given the Algarve's mix of tight corners and long straights, I think the Maserati might have a slight edge because of its performance capabilities. But it should be a close race and definitely exciting to watch. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Algarve, and Jambo is starting in pole position. He's driving a 1968 Holden Monaro GTS, so let's see how he holds up in those 1970s slow cars. It's gonna be fun to watch. Jambo has taken the lead right at the start, followed closely by Squatbender in second place. Goderia Veloz is currently in third position. Goderia Veloz is holding on to third place, but Amy is closing in. Lynn Lilac has just overtaken someone to move into seventh. Lynn Lilac and Fred Gaming 59 are side by side for sixth place, fighting hard. A racer is making a strong move, overtaking 5 cars to reach 15th place. Maya is also gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to move into 17th. Scuderia Veloz is climbing up to second place, advancing 1 spot. Bruce Champ is climbing fast, now in 14th place. Kerry Rovnan is also on the move, now in 16th place. Ingle McCringleberry has gained 3 positions, now in 18th place. Kicking Cactus is now just 1 second behind Lin Lilac. Amundsen and Kicking Cactus are battling closely for 6th place. Lian Yixation has moved up 1 spot to 11th. Amy has moved up to 3rd place now. Squatbender and Amy are still battling closely for 3rd. Someone and Lian Yixin are fighting hard for 11th place. Squatbender is now in 3rd place, moving up 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom is in 8th place, also moving up 1 spot. Someone is advancing to 11th place, climbing 1 position. Maze is making a strong push, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. I am climbing up to 3rd place. Lin Lilac has also moved up to 4th place. Lian Yixin is moving up 1 spot to take the 10th place. There's a close battle for 10th place between Lian and another racer. Maya is advancing 1 spot to reach the 13th position. Amundsen is now in 6th place, moving up 1 spot. Kicking Cactus and Amundsen are battling closely for 6th place. Maya has advanced to 12th place. Amundsen just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Kicking Cactus and Squatbender are locked in a close fight for 6th. Someone and Pippi Langstrom are battling hard for 9th. The driver moving up quickly has overtaken 3 cars to take 7th place. Amy is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap by 1 second. And Insan is closing in on Lilac, reducing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Congratulations to Jambo on winning the race at Algarve. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Jambo for winning the race. Great job on the fastest lap too. You definitely earned that vintage street car. And it earned a big shout out to Scuderia Veloce for winning the bet race. Claiming the 1970 Alfa Romeo Montreal is a fantastic choice. Also, well done to the driver who did the most overtakes. You can now claim the 1969 Mercury Cougar Eliminator. That was an exciting race to watch. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. We're doing some maintenance on the stream, and it'll be back up in just a few minutes. Thanks for your patience.